Thank you. I'm now calling, this is loud. I am now calling to order the regular governing board meeting with executive session dated today, January 14th, 2026. And please let the record reflect that it is 6:03 p.m. And I'd like to do a roll call of the board members. Today we have with us Ms. Rosa Cantu. Present. Ms. Cassandra Hernandez.
Hello, everyone present.
Ms. Jennifer Romero.
Present.
And Ms. Denise Garcia.
Present.
And Lydia Hernandez, board president, present. And I'd like to make an announcement just for everyone's safety. We respectfully ask that no one approach the dais during the meeting, during recess, or after the meeting adjourns. This includes walking past the podium. And there's also a board policy. It's not in the same order. Hold on. Christine, I'm looking for the. I've got several board policies here with me tonight, but I just like to ask everybody to please adhere to the time limits once we get to the discussion and at the respective time that we get to the item on discussion, because I do have several open to the public requests. And that please, I'm asking that we conduct ourselves in a professional manner. If we get out of order, we will have to. I'm okay with the amount of people that we have in here tonight, but the minute it starts getting disorderly, then we're going to have to go into, move people into the overflow area, into the hallway. Okay. And if you would please now join me for the Pledge of Allegiance that will be led by Peralta Elementary School. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, and I also at this time want to introduce the representatives that are present here today. I've got CEA representative Ms. Laurie Richards and Jesse Lee. Okay. Thank you. And the Cartwright School District is located on the ancestral homelands of the Hohokam, Akimel, Odom, and Odom Jude people, ancestors of the Salt River, Pima Maricopa Indian Community, or otherwise known as SRP, MIC. We acknowledge the rich oral history, culture of these communities, and their ancestral ties to the land. Going on to item number 5, I have the consideration of the governing board organization for the board. Are there any, I'm going to open the nominations and begin the process for the reorganization. Are there any nominations for governing board president?
Yes, I nominate Lydia Hernandez for president of the board.
Ms. Cantu, thank you for the nomination and I accept. Are there any other nominations for governing board president?
Yes,
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
I would like to nominate myself.
Okay. Okay, can somebody that's standing next to the light, I think she just bent down, the light that's going on and off?
I would like to second that.
Thank you. Could somebody tell me where the switch is for the, could we have the folks around the light switch change? I guess. Well, I saw somebody duck here after doing it, but I didn't want to assume it was here. Okay, thank you. So we've got two motions. And Ms. Denise Garcia, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Thank you. So we've got, and if we could please hold, we've got to move forward quickly because we're going to be here for an hour during public call to the public. And so we've got two nominations. We'll begin with Ms. Denise Garcia. We're going to proceed into a vote. So I move that we vote on Ms. Denise Garcia, vote for the nomination of for board president. I'm going to begin with Denise. So I'm going to do a roll call vote, and so we will proceed. So do I have a second to begin with the vote?
I would like to second that.
Thank you. And Ms. Cantu, we'll begin with you. How do you vote? We're voting on Ms. Denise Garcia for board president.
I vote nay.
Thank you. And Ms. Cassandra Hernandez, how do you
I vote nay.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I vote in favor of Denise Garcia.
Thank you. And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you, Ms. Denise Garcia. And I vote nay. So motion carries. We're going on to the next nomination. And so I did accept the nomination, and I will now open the vote, and we'll proceed with the roll call vote. Mrs. Cantu, how do you vote? And this would be on Lidia Hernandez, report president.
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. And I vote aye. Motion carries. I made the motion. Ms. Rosa Cantu made the second. And now we'll proceed to the vice chair. And so I open up the nominations for vice chair. And I move that, or I nominate Ms. Rosa Cantu for vice chair. Ms. Cantu, do you accept?
I do, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Do we have any other nominations for vice chair?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Jenny for vice chair.
Okay. Ms. Jennifer Romero, thank you. We will proceed. Ms. Romero, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. And we'll proceed with the roll call vote. Ms. Rosa Cantu, how do you vote? We're voting on the vice chair.
I vote nay.
We're going to begin with Ms. Rosa Cantu. Ms. Rosa Cantu, how do you vote on your nomination?
On Jennifer Romero's nomination.
On yours?
On mine, I
Yes.
vote aye.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. And I vote aye, and motion carries. We have 3 votes for the. Christine, do I continue with the other nomination? We will. I will. Mrs. Jennifer Romero, you were also nominated. I will proceed with you accepted the nomination, so I'll proceed with the roll call vote. Mrs. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Thank you. And Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
Wholeheartedly aye.
Thank you. And I vote nay. And motion carries. And moving forward, so we continue. We don't need to do the reorganization. So I move that we adopt the agenda with the exception of item 21 to be tabled for a later agenda. Yeah, it's the adoption of the agenda. So the adoption of the agenda is presented with the exception of item number 21 to be tabled. And 21 is the approval of job descriptions for Assistant Director of Purchasing and Executive Coordinator of Business Services. And Ms. Cantu, do I have a second? Second.
I second, Madam
Thank
President.
you. And we will proceed with the roll call vote with the adoption of the agenda. And beginning the roll call vote, Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Thank you. And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. And I vote aye. And motion carries. We will proceed with the agenda. Today, we've got, I'm looking at item number 8, the Cartwright School District number 83, School Board Recognition Month. Mr. Victor Rodriguez. Before proceeding, I'm sorry, I just noticed something. And I believe I may have to add a motion to adopt the agenda, aside from the agenda, the governing board meeting adding with executive session with the exclusion of item 21. I'll have to rescind. So I'm rescinding my original motion to adopt the agenda with the exception of item 21. However, making sure to include with executive session because I didn't add the executive session part. And I will proceed with, do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. And I will proceed with the roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote? Where? Okay.
Should take the kids to the restroom.
I didn't even see. We will take a moment. I can't proceed with the roll call vote until she returns. So we are adopting the agenda as presented with the exception of item 21, with the inclusion of the executive session that I left out in my original motion. Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Thank you. Ms. Denise Garcia.
Nay.
Thank you. And before I vote, I'm waiting for my other board member. We are. Otherwise, we cannot proceed with the agenda at all. As you are, we are voting on the adoption of the agenda. Oh, yes. So what we're doing is I rescinded the motion, so we are now voting to adopt the motion to adopt the agenda as presented with the exception of item 21 to include the wording executive session because I left out in my original motion. So we're doing a roll call vote and we've all voted at this point. How do you vote on the adoption of the agenda?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And I vote aye and motion carries. Just making sure we move forward correctly. Mr. Victor Hugo.
Good evening, Madam President Lydia Hernandez, Mr. Steve Watson, State Governing Board members, executive team, and everyone joining us both in person and via YouTube. January is School Board Recognition Month, and we're taking this opportunity to say thank you to all of our board members for everything that they do, their dedication to our students, our district, and the entire community. So I would like you to join us to watch this video.
January is School Board Recognition Month. We are proud to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our governing board for their continued dedication to our students, our district, and the Maryvale community. Today, we also celebrate a special milestone. Please join us in congratulating Governing Board members Jennifer Romero and Cassandra Hernandez on their first anniversary of service on the Cartwright School District Governing Board. It has been 1 year since Cassandra Hernandez and Jennifer Romero joined the Cartwright School District Governing Board. Their leadership is already making a meaningful impact. For Cassandra, serving on the board is truly a homecoming. A proud alumna of Spitalny Elementary, Atkinson Middle School, and Glen L. Downs, her roots in the district run deep. Her commitment is strengthened by a family legacy of service. Her mother currently serves as board president, reflecting their shared dedication to the Maryvale community and its schools. Jennifer Romero also brings a lifelong connection to Cartwright. As a former student of Peralta Elementary School, her passion for the district and the community it serves is evident in her leadership. Over the past year, both Cassandra and Jennifer have demonstrated a strong commitment to positive change. Together, they bring a shared vision focused on progress, collaboration, and putting students first. First elected to the governing board in 2012, Ms. Garcia has been a dedicated advocate for the Cartwright School District and the Maryvale community. Throughout her service, including terms as vice president and president, she has remained committed to creating a lasting, positive impact on the lives of students and families. Ms. Cantu began her leadership journey in 2002 and has earned the continued trust of the community through multiple re-elections. Most recently, she was reappointed as the 5th governing board member on June 8, 2023, and continues her dedicated service after being elected once again. Mrs. Hernandez has served on the governing board since 2004 and was re-elected in November 2022. Her current term runs through December 2026. Over the years, she has served as governing board president and as chair-elect for the National Hispanic Council of School Board Members. She is also an active member of NALEO and began serving as a state legislator for District 24 in January 2023. Our governing board members lead with passion and commitment to our students, staff, and community. Their dedication continues to inspire and helps pave the way for a future filled with opportunity and excellence across the Cartwright School District.
So again, we want to thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for your service and your time. For your time and dedication for Cartwright School District.
Thank you.
And should I move on to the other item?
And yes, moving forward, we've got the Palm Drama Club video announcement.
Yes, we're also excited to share that this marks Palm Lane's 4th year of Drama Club. In 2022, they were awarded a 3-year grant from Disney Musicals in Schools in partnership with ASU GAMAGE, allowing them to present a musical production each year. Over the past 3 years, they had proudly showcased The Lion King, Finding Nemo, and last year's production of Aladdin. Each year, Palm Lane students continue to surpass expectations, inspiring the entire community with their talent, dedication, and love for musical theater. So we're thrilled to share the following video, which is going to reveal this year's performance.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And now I'm going on to call to the public. Consideration and possible discussion of comments and complaints from the public. The governing board will not take any legal action on matters raised during this portion of the meeting unless the comments and complaints pertain to items included on the agenda. A 3-minute time limit is set, and all are asked to adhere to this limit. And the governing board may direct staff to study matters raised by the public or to reschedule those matters for future consideration, discussion, and possible action at a later date. Okay, and I've got about, I'm going to say 18 items. I will begin with oh, they're not physically present at the office. I mean, at the office in the building. We've got Christine Varbo regarding the 4 and 5 day work week. Right. Sun City, yes.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I just wanted to share just a few items of perspective from the related service and special education department. So many of our students, regarding the 4-day, switching to 5-day, many of our students with IEPs receive medically necessary therapies during the school day on Fridays or whatever day off it will be, hopefully, because providers have very limited availability, particularly for the afternoon and evening appointments. This isn't like a thing of preference. It's access to the services. Many of my students in the REACH program and a lot of my just gen ed students that have speech therapy or other therapies and that would either go in the afternoon on Fridays or Fridays during the day because those coveted spots Monday through Friday and after school the wait list is almost 500 kids deep in the Division of Developmental Disabilities. So I just had a few suggestions. Rather than adding an additional day of whole group instruction, investing in specialists and interventionists could allow for targeted small group support that directly addresses students' needs and promotes more meaningful growth. Additionally, a longer school year or modified school year, which I saw on the agenda, may better support student achievement. By reducing regression and improving skill retention. I've been a SLPA for 22 years, and I can say the 2 years I've been with Cartwright have been my best too. I really, I love my admin. I love the students. My mom actually went to Sunset, which I worked, and Spitali, and she worked in the community as a pediatric nurse. So there's a special place in my heart for the students that go here. I will say the 4-day work week is what brought me here out from a contract at another district and took a significant pay cut. But the benefits outweigh the benefits of the higher salary, and it's been really great working here, and I hope I can continue and we can work out something to where all of the related service providers can retain their positions. And that's it.
Thank you. Next, I would ask that we please hold off on the applause. We've next got Jessica. Is it for y'all?
We'll see.
Dear members of the Cartwright Elementary Governing Board, my name is Jessica Frink, and I'm writing to share both the personal and data-driven reasons why the 4-day instructional week is essential to my family, my students, and my continuing effectiveness as a 6th grade ELA teacher at Sunset School. I am a single foster adopted mother, the parent of children with autism, intellectual disability, ADHD, and SMI, and I recently took guardianship of a 16-year-old youth. I will also become a grandmother in March. My household is trauma impacted, and I am a trauma-informed parent and educator. Just this week, we experienced intense trauma responses, including property destruction and a child walking out of family counseling. These are not rare occurrences. They are lived reality for many families in our district. Even with trauma responses at home, I am able to come to school regulated, prepared, and fully present. I am able to effectively do my job in my classroom because of the 4-day model gives me the time and capacity to address crises outside of instructional days. Students with trauma and disabilities need consistent, emotional, regulated adults, and this model allows me to be that stable present. At Sunset School, 6th grade ELA has consistently ranked #1 in the district. My students are aware and proud of the success. Just yesterday, they asked if we were still #1. That achievement is the result of intentional planning, close analysis of achievement is the result of intentional planning, close analysis of data, and targeted instruction. For example, I have students who scored minimally proficient on ELA Mimic 1 and Mimic 2, and have already moved to partially proficient on Mimic 3. We still have several instructional weeks before AASA testing in April, and based on the current growth trends and target intervention plans, these students are on track to reach proficient before the state assessment as the goal. That level of growth requires time, reflection, and preparation beyond the school day, time that the 4-day model protects. In addition to teaching, I serve as a yearbook advisor and treasurer for CEA. I am deeply invested in this district and its long-term success. However, effectiveness is not sustainable without balance. The Fridays built in the 4-day model are not days off. They are essential work days used as scheduled meetings, attend medical and therapy appointments, manage household responsibilities, care for my own health, and spend meaningful time with my family. Without this structure, these responsibilities would move into instructional days. When I previously worked at a 5-day model, I used all of my leave and often exceeded it, sometimes without pay. I relied heavily on friends for support. Before coming to Cartwright, I frequently held CFT meetings during lunch or had to leave early for appointments. Since working under the 4-day model, I have been able to take 6 sick days solely for my own health and even care for my elderly grandma during a snowstorm without disrupting instruction for students. From a data perspective, the 4-day week supports instructional quality, reduces teacher absenteeism during instructional days, and improves staff's retention. From a human perspective, it allows educators like me to remain regulated, effective, and fully present for students. If the district were returned to a 5-day week, I would need to take more days off, not fewer. The 4-day model is not a convenience. It's a strategic support that directly benefits students, families, and staff. Thank you for considering both the data and the lived experience behind it. When educators are supported as whole, students thrive.
I am asking for you to hold off on the applause. If you're not willing to cooperate, we'll have to go into the overflow. I have next got Brenda Alvarez. Brenda Alvarez.
I want to thank everybody for being here today because it's really important. As a parent in this district, I am respectfully encouraging you to consider the possibility of implementing a 4-day work week. My primary interest, like yours, is ensuring that our children receive high quality education while also supporting their overall well-being. I believe that the 4-day work helps students feel less stressed, less fatigue, and can decrease burnout due to academic demands. A 4-day work helps students recharge, gives them additional time to rest, improve their mood, motivation, and engagement in learning. I am also mindful of the impact this schedule can have on teachers and staff, which ultimately affects students. I believe the 4th day of school, for the week of school improves teacher morale and retention, leading to the greater stability and consistency in the classrooms, some things all parents value for their children. If the changes do happen and we have to move to the 5 days, there will be a loss of teachers, staff, school funding, overwhelming classes, decrease in enrollment. The media, staff, and community have mentioned that 70% of the teachers would leave. Those 5 million that you want to use for the 5th day would benefit our students if they went to the classroom resources. I don't want to lose great educators and put my child's education at risk. I came to advocate for the students and staff. If the 5th day of school doesn't show improvement, who will be held accountable for all this? And I hope today's outcome is innovational solution that prioritizes both academic success for the children and students' well-being, positive affirmation for the teachers and staff. So I ask you, Jennifer Romero, Rosa Cantu, Denise Garcia, Cassandra Hernandez, and Miss Lydia. Remember, I would really like for you to consider what you're going to vote for tonight and keep in mind what your community is telling you. We also, sorry, give me a second.
That's okay. Take your time. It's just a conversation.
We also get to vote when our time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. I will reiterate, I ask that you please hold off on your applause, but I see that you're not willing to cooperate.
We couldn't hear your
Lydia, this is a public meeting. And
This
they are
is-
allowed to have a
right,
voice.
but we
which
have a
you are
large
trying to not allow them to do
point
that.
of
That
order.
is not fair.
Point of
And
order.
that's not
Please utilize our board parliamentary procedures when intervening in your conversation in the order that
I
we've been
find it
trained to
offensive
accept.
that
But
you
I
are
have
being
the floor,
offensive to
and I am
everyone
speaking,
here.
and I am addressing the
And I
crowd.
want that on the record.
And I am. I've got Brenda. Brenda just spoke, so I am going on with Cecilia Moreno. Better.
Good evening. I'm Cecilia Moreno, taxpayer, district resident, and concerned citizen. Recently, I had Ms. Hernandez call me an activist. If an activist is someone that fights for rights of students, staff, and taxpayers, I wear the badge with honor. Once again, my question to move to the 5-day week. I repeat concerns presented at the last board meeting with additional facts and data. Why would you, as a board members and administrators, attempt to make a change like going back to a 5-day week? Teachers stay at Cartwright because it is a perk that other districts don't offer. According to State Superintendent Tom Horn, more than 1,000 Arizona teachers have left the profession since July, with 763 resigning before the 25-26 school year. This is at the top of 4,000 positions being covered by long-term substitutes or other part-time methods, as well as nearly 1,400 that are currently vacant due to Arizona's ongoing teacher shortage. According to your very own survey, 69% of your teachers would resign. That would result in an entirely different team of teachers. Teachers unfamiliar with the needs of Cartwright demographics, needs that Cartwright teachers and staff understand. How does this improve proficiency? Proficiency improves with clear guidelines and expectations from administration, not changing the rules midstream as you have done, beginning with the daycare debacle. Also, parents need to do their part. They need to be a part of accountability. Drawbacks for a new team of teachers are unfamiliar with the needs of our students and many challenges that our students experience. Statistics are that new and inexperienced teachers leave the profession after 5 years, some after the first year. That's according to Tom Horn's data. With this move, you will be creating a wave of instability. The two top reasons teachers resign are class size and the many challenges that come with a large class size. And second is lack of support from administration. Unfortunately, that is you. Because I didn't receive a response once again to my question from Ms. Cantu, why do you question all expenditures and not taxpayer money being misspent on administrators put on leave without due process? And now I need you to question how the district can absorb this expense, as well as lawsuits and thousands of dollars spent on consultation fees not brought before the board. 2 weeks ago, the Arizona Cardinals fired their coaches. This week, they have a list of 10 possible replacements and have started interviews. The Cartwright District's responsible for thousands of students, hundreds of teachers and staff, and millions of taxpayer dollars didn't even post the superintendent's position. Am I the only one that questions this process? I yield.
And for clarification, the board members are not part of the administration. We're not paid. We're volunteers, so we're not administrators. Our staff or personnel are administrators. Thank you. And next I have Mrs. Rhiannon Rios? Ms. Rios? Okay.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rhiannon Rios, and I'm a teacher at Palm Lane. I've been teaching for 14 years, and this is my first year in the Cartwright District. Tonight, I would like to present you with a scenario. Imagine you're enrolling your child in school, and the front office tells you may choose your child's teacher. Option 1, an emergency certified teacher. This teacher has no prior classroom experience, has not been trained on how to teach reading or math, and has limited experience managing student behavior. Option 2, a veteran teacher with over 10 years of experience. This teacher knows how to differentiate instruction for all learners and has strong behavior management skills. As a parent, which option would you choose for your child? I believe the answer is obvious. Ending the 4-day school week will result in the loss of veteran, experienced teachers, the very teachers families want in front of their children every day. And it's going to end up giving us more inexperienced emergency certified teachers or subs. While it has been stated that moving to a 5-day week could cost up to $6 million, I believe we must carefully consider how those funds could be used more effectively to support students. As a newcomer to this district, what I immediately noticed is the need for solid research-based curriculum. The money being proposed for an additional day could instead be invested directly into instructional materials. I pay for a lot of things out of pocket to supplement what I have because what we have is just not good enough. I had previously taught in a 5-day school week with a weekly half-day, and I can confidently say that half-days are often ineffective. Between lunch, recess, specials, and transitions, there is very little meaningful instructional time left. In contrast, now, my Fridays are spent grading, planning, and preparing so I can show up each week rested, ready, and fully prepared for my students. As you vote tonight, I ask that you remember the scenario I shared and consider which teacher would you want for your own child, because our children of Cartwright deserve nothing less than the best. Thank you.
And next I have Ms. Laurie Richards.
Good evening, Governing Board President Ms. Hernandez, Acting Superintendent Steve Watson, and Governing Board members, distinguished guests. We respectfully ask that the board vote to remain in a 4-day model and commit to a collaborative strategic planning process that includes all stakeholders. We are not coming together in opposition of a single solution, but in support of working collaboratively to develop a thoughtful, comprehensive plan, one that values stakeholder input, is financially responsible, and is focused on moving our students forward to proficiency. If our shared goal is increased student achievement, we must work together to identify the true barriers our students face and develop a data-informed solution. If $6 million is available to support a return to work for 5-day schedule, this presents an important opportunity to align around a shared vision. The shared vision that is thoughtfully determining how to allocate these funds to maximize our student growth and student proficiencies. Sustainable improvement will not come from a single structural change, but from a collective problem solving and shared accountability centered on what best supports student learning. When I took over as president 2 years ago, I promised this board that I would approach our work through a through collaboration, working together, putting students first, and seeking solutions rather than division. Today, we are simply asking for the opportunity to honor that commitment. Please allow our staff, our community, to be a part of the decision-making process. Know that we are not coming in opposition to one decision, but we want to be part of the solution. When we are at the table together, we are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I have Ms. Rachel Boise.
My last name. Okay, hello. My name is Dr. Rachel Boise. I'm an occupational therapist in the district. I work across 5 different schools, and I have an occupational therapy assistant that I supervise. I've written and rewritten this speech about 100 times. There's so many things I can say, and there's so many thoughts about this topic to fit into only 3 minutes. Many people have offered ideas. Talk about class size. Quote Mr. Watson's own website regarding the benefits of lowering class size. Talk about cost. Related service providers are your most expensive staff and hardest to fill positions. Has the district considered this in their cost estimates for a schedule change? Talk about the bias in statistics that we saw and how we haven't actually been presented with an appropriate presentation with data to support a move away from a 4-day school week. Talk about mental health and the quality of life improvements for students and staff with the 4-day week. I could go on and on about all of those different points, but today, what I want to talk about is money. It says, nope, I'm going back. My question to you at this point is, do I think you're listening to what we have to say as a community? You might be. I see you guys potentially taking notes up there. But I think if you were listening, we wouldn't be here having this conversation. We wouldn't be about to talk about changing the schedule again. The conversation would be over because the community has told you what they want. Parents have told you what they want. Teachers have told you what you want. And they're all here to do it again. Yet for some reason, we're still here having this conversation. So if you don't want to listen to the people in the room, listen to the money. Money talks, and the money's not there. If every other district in the state is struggling for money and closing schools, how is it that Cartwright has $5 million available to pay for this? And let's be honest, that's a low estimate. Yeah, the truth is the money's not there. If it was, we would have known about it already. We would have talked about it already. We would have had a true plan for using it to support our students. Ms. Cantu, I'm looking at you. I've watched many a board meeting. You're always asking about fiscal responsibility, always asking about the budget. I ask you to do that again tonight. Ask for a plan. Ask for where the money's coming from, because we haven't seen anything about that. And again, I ask you, if the money truly is there, why are we only talking about a schedule change? Why aren't we talking about smaller class size, more interventionists, more instructional assistant support, all of which have proven outcomes to improve student success? Again, if we have the money for a 5th day, which we don't, we should use the money to actually support our students in ways that are actually data-driven. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I have Ms. Jessica Guzman. Thomason.
Hi, I'm here today also to talk about this 4-5 school day and the changes that you are proposing at this time. There are many reasons why moving to a 5-day school week is detrimental to this district, our students, and our staff. You have to consider many things in this process. I don't think you're thinking about our families, our lives. Outside of the babies that we take care of in the classroom, we have families too. We talk about mental health. with our students. We have families with mental health issues needing support from us. We have shifted our 5-day work week to a 4-day work week, changing physicians, specialists, changing our entire lives to accommodate our students. We gladly did that because we are here for students. That is our priority and always has been. We made that shift years ago, and it has worked. You have not shown any data that shows otherwise. You're now asking us to take our families' needs, our specialists, our physicians, our lives, completely change them again because you want this, not the people here. Data has not shown that we want this as a whole, your staff, the people that do the work every day. Data has not shown that our parents want this as a whole, based on the data that you've given us. Therefore, this whole conversation, as others have said, is repetitive and shows you clearly have not been listening to what we need, what we want. But it also shows that you are not considering our families, our lives, the people that do your work for you every day and have already accommodated this change once. My son has mental health struggles. This year specifically, it has been a struggle. I have changed my entire needs of my son and his appointments based on our work week. You're asking me to change his psychologist, his psychiatrist, his appointments, his specialist, my son's mental health needs because you want this change. That's not fair. I also don't think you're considering Friday is not a day off of work. I work Fridays, calling my parents, having conversations with families, going to my students' games on Saturdays, doing things for my students, looking at data on Fridays. I do not have Fridays off. It is not a 4-day work week as it is. If you put us in 5, you will take away from our students. You will take away from our staff. Your morale will be horrible, and people will not want to be here, let alone the education of these children will not be the quality that it is now. Deeply consider that today, please, because it's more than just what one person wants or an initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I've got Ms. Madison, please.
Hello. The proposal to move to a 5-day schedule raises significant concerns regarding funding, staffing capacity, and our district's ability to meet its legal obligations under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. While special education has received decreased funding over the years, those funds have translated into inadequate staffing to meet current student needs. At this time, we are already unable to fully provide mandated services for some students due to insufficient funding and staffing. Implementing a 5-day schedule without a clear, sustainable funding plan will further strain an already overextended system and place the district at increased risk of non-compliance. It is unclear how the additional staffing needs required for a 5-day model will be addressed. Will staff hours be increased to ensure meaningful student engagement and appropriate support for our most vulnerable populations? Currently, many related services providers, RSPs, are contracted employees who supplement their income by working in their professional fields on Fridays. A 5-day schedule may result in the loss of these providers, further reducing available services. Additionally, many of our instructional aides are part-time employees working 27.5 hours per week. These staff members cannot be assigned additional hours, and there has been no indication that additional aid support will be provided. As a result, we anticipate frequent gaps in classroom coverage and reduced student supervision and support throughout the day. Case carriers are already managing maximum or over maximum caseloads. The removal of the 1 day currently used for required paperwork, compliance tasks, data collection, and IEP development will not benefit the district. Instead, it will likely lead to increased compliance risks, staff burnout, and reduced quality of services for students. These responsibilities cannot simply be absorbed in instructional days without negatively impacting both staff and students. Furthermore, we have been informed over the past several years that when a position becomes vacant, it often remains unfilled or is covered by an emergency certified substitute. This practice has significantly increased caseload responsibilities, with many case carriers effectively performing the work of 2 teachers. A 5-day schedule does not address this issue and may exacerbate it. Without a detailed and transparent plan for funding, staffing, and compliance safeguards, moving to a 5-day schedule risks further harming students with disabilities, increasing staff attrition, and placing the district in jeopardy of violating IDEA requirements. Any schedule change must be accompanied by concrete commitments to staffing increases, service coverage, and protected time for legally mandated responsibilities. In addition to staffing and service delivery concerns, there are significant unanswered questions regarding the financial implications of implementing a 5-day schedule, particularly related to transportation and long-term budget sustainability. What is the projected cost of extended transportation services under a 5-day schedule? I'm going to end there before I run out of time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And I've got Alexander Cordova.
Okay. Good evening, Governing Board, and everyone in attendance. My name is Alexander Cordova. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a former student of the Cartwright School District. I attended Spitalny Elementary School and Mark T. Atkinson's Gifted Academy before now, and I feel the need to address multiple statements you guys have made regarding things that I've heard as of recently that I feel are illogical and could lead to long-term unsustainability issues. In a meeting, it was stated that only 4% of Cartwright students can read and perform math at their grade level. I feel this doesn't reflect my experience as a Cartwright student. I feel my experience as a Cartwright student has been bright, and I feel it has gone many a ways past the benchmark of grade level math and reading. I currently have a 4.0 GPA at Bioscience High School. I am in contact with universities about attempting to start a medical career, and I feel that my experiences at Cartwright District are pretty much a polar opposite to what you guys are saying in your meetings regarding the student body. I'm also deeply concerned about discussions regarding the 5th educational day. I feel the 5th educational day is not a setback, but a huge help for me and my family. I feel my mother needs the 5th day as a Cartwright student teacher to help her properly manage her position as a teacher and a parent, whether it be helping my brother with appointments, helping our family with appointments, or having time to plan stuff for her students. I feel the 5th day is not going to be a good thing for my mother or my family. I also feel the 5th day won't be good cost-wise, considering the fact that I've heard you guys have publicly stated that you guys are money tight. So I feel with a lack of funds, it's going to be difficult to fund a 5th day without having to cut something. So I feel the need to ask how you guys plan to fund the 5th day. I also feel that the rumors regarding district drastically cutting health insurance benefits to offset these costs is going to be hugely detrimental, not only to teachers, but students as well. Teachers are already underpaid, overextended, and many other things. Reducing these insurance benefits places educators at serious risks, could lead to staff shortages, and destabilizing the district even further. This issue is deeply personal to me. My mother, a cancer fighter, needs these benefits in order to survive, with medicine costing over $20,000 a month. I feel cutting these benefits will not only affect my mother, but many other families besides ours. I urge the board to reconsider what they've stated and plans they have for the future, not only for me, but for everybody in the community. I want to let every teacher know that they are enough and the work they do matters more than they may ever fully see. Their dedication changes lives. Students carry their impact far beyond the classroom. Please don't give up. We need you now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Here we go again. Don Nixon. Don Nixon.
Hello and good evening. I am a mother, a foster mother, adopted mother. I have lived in the Cartwright District
for the past 20 years. I'm here to support the 4-day work school schedule only because it benefits my children now that I'm starting over with my foster children. We're going to say 9, 6, 5, and 4. It is so much that I have to deal with on a daily basis. Getting the kids to go to school, to get up for school. Let's do this. Making compromises because we're all about day and age gentle parenting. Okay? It's hard. It's frustrating. It's something we all have to abide by. Okay? So I take my 6-year-old anger issues, abandonment issues, ADHD, ODD, and you put him in a school setting, say where teacher's not there all the time, or you get the same teacher that's going to show him affection, show him what he needs in his life. Then you go ahead and take that teacher out, and what do we have with my son is a meltdown. Not only for me, because now you're going to have his caseworker up at your school because he's run out of your school, or he's fighting the teachers, or you're calling the cop to come handle him in the classroom. Why? Why do you think he needs that support? My son has the best teacher he has today. He is doing amazing in reading. He's more happy to go to school. Mom, can you walk me to school? I can't wait to go to school. I want to see my teacher. I want to tell her about the things that I did over the weekend. When he heard about this 5-day, he asked me, why do I have to go to school? Why does it matter? Maybe my teacher doesn't want me then. What? His own mom doesn't want him. I'm his foster mom. And you're going to put this little boy on the back burner? Because 5 days is more accountable to some of you. Now I ask you, who in your school, like if you guys have ever been to any of the campuses here, do you realize that these teachers know the students' names? The principal and the vice principal know all the students? It's amazing to me. And I feel like you doing the extra, oh, we're going to do an extra day is going to take away from that. They're not going to be able to bond. They're not going to be able to do anything. You're going to have kids fighting, not wanting to get out of the cars. I just want you to take time and to realize what this is going to do to the community and the students. Like, really think about that. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I have Ms. Caitlin Moriarty. Tempe.
Good evening, President, members of the board, and the superintendent. My name is Caitlin Moriarty, and I'm a teacher in the Cartwright School District. I was recruited to Cartwright in 2018 for Massachusetts, and I chose this district because of its strong commitment to educators and students. At that time, Cartwright offered competitive compensation, professional growth opportunities, and full benefits. More importantly, I experienced a culture of mentorship, collaboration, and instructional support that helped shape my career as an educator. I'm speaking tonight to share my perspective on the proposed change to the instructional calendar, grounded in my professional experience and with respect for the board's governance role. During my time in the district, I've seen firsthand how staffing levels and instructional support impact student outcomes. At a previous site, while operating on a 4-day instructional week, our school implemented intensive small group intervention supported by an acceleration specialist and multiple ESPs. During that period, the school improved academically from a D to a B. That experience reinforced for me that student growth is closely connected to staffing, intervention structures, and resources working together. Over time, reductions in support staff significantly changed what schools were able to provide for students. When discussing instructional outcomes, I believe it is important to consider staffing and instructional supports alongside calendar structure. At my current site, approximately 98% of staff express support for maintaining the 4-day schedule and requested continued stakeholder engagement prior to a final decision. I understand the board must weigh many factors, and my intent is not to direct outcomes, but to respectfully ask that this level of stakeholder input be considered as part of the decision-making process. The 4-day schedule has also supported my ability to remain effective and sustainable in this profession. It allows me to schedule appointments outside of my instructional time, maintain personal well-being, and stay connected to my family without disrupting student learning. I believe that when educators are supported in this way, it positively impacts morale, consistency, and ultimately students. In closing, my comments tonight are offered in good faith, and my intent is solely to support students, schools, and the long-term sustainability of educators in Cartwright. I appreciate the opportunity to provide input as part of the public process and thank the board for its time, service, and continued commitment to the Cartwright community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Before proceeding, I do have some more, but before proceeding, I do have a request. The fire marshal needs the back aisle clear. I think we just had to inform the amount. I was okay with the amount, but it's got to be within the legal number. But he just says that the back aisle needs to be clear. People can stand along the wall. Everyone else needs to move. We just need to be in compliance in the event we have an emergency. At least 20 people to the overflow, just because of the amount of people that we have in here. Okay, thank you. Next, we've got Bobby Cooper. Day.
Good evening, members of the governing board. I am urging you to pause on the decision to move to a 4-day school week back to a 5-day model. This is not a minor operational change. It is a district-wide shift with serious and lasting consequences that demand careful planning, research, and transparency. When the district moved from 5 days to 4 days, no full-time employee lost benefits. The transition was implemented without destabilizing staff. It also allowed ESPs to work a full day with students rather than only 5 hours, as was the cause under the 5-day schedule. Moving back to 5 days, however, prevents a very different and far more concerning reality. As we've been told, this change could result in the loss of up to 70% of our staff and teachers. At the time when educators are not just leaving schools, but they're leaving the profession entirely. This is not a manageable risk, it is a crisis. We must also ask, what is the plan to recruit and retain teachers? Currently, the district sent out an email that said it had over 50 open positions that remained unfilled today. If we cannot staff classrooms, how will we do so after a decision that is expected to drive even more educators away? Financial stability must also be addressed. Where is the funding coming from? Not just for 1 year, but for the years that follow. A 5-day model significantly increases costs for staffing, transportation, utilities, and support services. Without a clear multi-year financial plan, the decision risks future cost, instability, and potential school closures. Additionally, the agenda tonight states that the administration recommends option 2, which returns us to a 5-day week. This raises an important question. Who specifically is included in the administration? Who was consulted and whose voices were represented in making this recommendation? Most importantly, why was option 2 recommended when the majority of staff, students, and community members expressed support for remaining on the 4-day schedule? If stakeholders' input was solicited, it should be meaningful, informed to outcome, not be disregarded. Finally, this process had moved forward without significant time to research alternative schedules, study outcomes, and thoroughly plan a transition of this magnitude. A pause would not only allow the board to examine meaningful data, engage stakeholders' honesty, and ensure that the decisions are driven by long-term stability and quality education, not quantity. I strongly urge the board to pause this decision, speak with employees who were part of the 4-day committee, and do the work that is necessary to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Eric Rogers. I think we're missing the time.
Am I on? Okay, now I'm on. Okay, let me adjust this. I'm a little taller than everybody else. Good evening, Acting Superintendent, our board president, our board, our dedicated community. I would just like to give a shout out to those parents that come up here and speak. I know it's really hard. Teachers, it's you speak in front of people all the time. Parents, students that came up. One parent came up. They had a really good point. I don't have a prepared speech, so I'm just going off the cuff. She made a really good point with who is accountable if you do not get the results that you think you're going to get. I don't know if you've heard, there are a lot of unanswered questions. This is where democracy is beautiful, right? It also could be really ugly when our elected officials refuse to listen to the community that elected them in the first place. I'm curious, our acting superintendent, when you were a county superintendent for Maricopa, and we would get your emails about teacher burnout, were you talking about how to accelerate that burnout? Because there is a very clear message here that the community is sending you. I don't know if you're hearing it. Where is the data? The conversations that were promised have not happened, or else we wouldn't be having all these questions. All I ask is that you pause on this vote. You need to bring in all the stakeholders. Listen to your community. They're sending you a clear message. Thank you.
I think I have Miss Teresa Tapia, and I believe she's. Are you here? That's okay, but she's here. I guess she's speaking. She's signaling me that she's not going to speak, but that she's here to support herself and supporting the fight is a community member. I'm trying to read it in Spanish, but thank you.
So may I speak?
Okay.
May I speak?
Sí.
Okay.
And then I have Ms.
You have my paper.
Maria Elena. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Go right ahead. And that's again supporting the 5-day school. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Maria Gutierrez, and I am a former Roosevelt School District teacher, a retired one. I had the opportunity to work with the students who were learning English, not only in my district, but here as a volunteer at the Spitali. And I, 6 minutes.
No interruptions, please.
And I noticed the lack of reading comprehension skills in the most of my students who were learning, grasping the language. I recently talked to one of the high school teachers, and he was telling me, because he has right now 90% of the students that graduated from 8th grade from this district, and he was mentioning that those students lack comprehension at 9th grade. I remember that on one of the meetings that you meet with the parents, you were mentioned the numbers, the low numbers. Right now, I am defending and I support the 5 days of school. This is not about us. This is not about you. This is about a commitment that we have as a human beings. Okay? I will return to volunteer, but I would like to mention something else that he was telling me too, that we are creating a bad habit on those students because the absentees on Fridays is high in high school from the students that are attending this school, leave the school, and go to high school. So I know there are too many benefits and too many cons of having 5 days or 4 days of school. So, but for me, what it is the most important are the children. We need to focus on the children, on the future of the state, on the future of the country. So having or teaching only 4 days of school is not enough. I remember when I was a teacher, and Roosevelt and Cartwright share the same kind of students. The district have Title I schools. And I remember that I was desperate because the time was not enough. And I was teaching 5 days at Roosevelt. So we need to think about the students. We need to think about the future of this. May I speak in Spanish? May I have time to speak? Okay.
These are community members. We've heard from the teachers. We do have translation available.
So, but I would like to say in Spanish. Spanish is my first language. Okay. Buenas noches. You are going to say it. I can repeat in Spanish. It's fine for me. Okay. If you allow me to do it, it's fine.
Finish in Spanish if you can. Just as quick as.
Soy una maestra retirada. Mi nombre es María Gutiérrez. Trabajé más de 20 años en el distrito de Roosevelt.
I'm sorry.
Y tuve la oportunidad. Yo estaba callada cuando ustedes estaban hablando. I was listening to you when you were speaking.
Can you please be respectful?
Y tuve la oportunidad de enseñarles a niños que estaban aprendiendo el inglés en la escuela Spitani. Y tuve muy buena experiencia, excepto porque los niños no tenían, digamos, habilidades para comprender el idioma. Cuando estás aprendiendo un nuevo idioma, no solamente son los sonidos los que debes de pronunciar bien, sino las estrategias que te hagan comprender el lenguaje. ¿Sí? Entonces, sí me gustaría que ustedes se enfocaran más en la información, en los números acerca de, y que analizaran bien cuáles son los beneficios, cuáles son los contras, porque tienen una tarea muy difícil. Si ustedes van a regresar a 4 días, que las horas extras de los viernes que no van a enseñar las maestras se transfieran a los 4 días que van a trabajar, porque se les debe atender a los niños desde pequeñitos. Las bases se deben de sentar para los niños para que sean exitosos. Ustedes, bueno, probablemente no saben, pero tengo 3 hijos que salieron de aquí. Yo amo Cartwright porque siempre he vivido aquí en Cartwright. Tengo 3 niños exitosos que salieron de aquí y que fueron enseñados por maestros de este distrito, por lo cual siempre estoy muy agradecida con el distrito. Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Thank you
and she was translating what she said in English for those Spanish speakers.
We already have a translator.
We have issues handling differing opinions. They are community members. Thank you. And that with that, I will now go into the consent agenda. So I move that we move the consent agenda or approve the consent agenda as presented. Ms. Cantu. Ms. Kogos. Oh, you know what, Kogos? I just got, did we? No, not forgetting. We had an incomplete form, and I haven't read those in the past. They've got to be complete. Somewhere in there. I did, right? It's in there. Okay, yeah. It's somewhere in here, but Ms. Kogos.
I'm good. Thank you. Well, okay. Good evening, President Hernandez, Governing Board members, Acting Superintendent Mr. Watson, and everyone here with us this evening. I am Sandra Cobos-Reese, second grade teacher at Justine Spitoni STEAM School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about an issue that directly impacts students' learning and long-term outcomes in our district. Previously, I was an acceleration specialist that helped support students after returning from COVID. The program used data to select students who were ready to pre-learn the standards, so that after a few weeks in the program, they became models or master students in their classroom. Through this program, we made great gains in academic performance across the district and multiple grade levels. But in recent years, due to funding constraints, our district made the difficult decision to eliminate many of our Tier 2 and Tier 3 group instructors, not only acceleration specialists, but previous math and reading interventionists. While we understand the fiscal challenges that inform this decision, the instructional impact of that loss has been significant. These positions were not supplemental, they were essential. Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors provide targeted small group instruction to students who need additional support to meet grade level standards. This is where learning gaps are addressed early, where students receive instruction that is different, not more of the same, and where we prevent academic struggles from becoming long-term barriers. Today, we are discussing investments of approximately
$4 to $6 million. I urge the board to consider where those dollars will have the greatest and most immediate impact on our students. Reinvesting in those funds back into schools, specifically in Tier 2 and Tier 3 group instructors, who would directly strengthen teaching and learning across our system. While a 5-day work week may offer operational benefits, it does not directly address instructional gaps or improve student outcomes in the way targeted intervention does. Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors work with our most vulnerable learners, students who need focused, skill-based instruction to access grade-level content. Investing in these roles is an investment in equity, prevention, and academic recovery. Reinstating these instructors would also reduce long-term costs. Strong intervention decreases the need for intensive remediation, repeated interventions, and special education referrals. It supports classroom teachers, improves Tier 1 instruction, and ensures students return to core learning with stronger skills and confidence. Most importantly, this investment sends a clear message about our priorities. It tells students, families, and educators that we are committed to putting resources where they matter most, directly in classrooms and directly with students. In closing, if we are considering where to allocate the $4 to $6 million, this is where it belongs. Back into the schools, back into targeted instruction, and back into the hands of educators who make measurable differences for students every day. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now I will move into the consent agenda. I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented. Ms. Cantu, do I have a second?
I second, Madam President.
Thank you. I will proceed to go into a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I'll pass.
This is the consent agenda item.
I accept. I say aye.
Thank you. And Mrs. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
I'd like to explain my vote before we proceed. For transparency and for the public record, I want to state that I submitted formal written notice to Acting Superintendent Watson and Board President Hernandez prior to this meeting. My written notice addresses a couple of matters. First, my outstanding request for documentation related to consultant contracts involving former Superintendent Jacob Chavez and former employee Zeke Ojay, including contracts, scopes of work, specifically purchase orders, and approval workflows. Detailed expenditures. As of today, this documentation has not been provided. In addition, I documented my concern that employees were informed that the district will return to a 5-day schedule, despite this matter being an agenda item that has not yet been acted upon by the board. It was reported that Mr. Watson, acting superintendent, informed employees about a change to 5 days with a half day on Wednesdays. For the record, communicating decisions as final prior to board deliberation and a public vote undermines the governance process, regardless of the eventual outcome. I am referencing my written notice tonight to preserve the public record and ensure transparency for employees, families, and the community. For transparency once again and for the public record, I also want to document a broader governance concern. Since the appointment of the acting superintendent in January of last year, the district has placed multiple senior leaders on administrative leave, including a vetted superintendent, the chief financial officer, and the deputy superintendent. At this upcoming meeting, the employment of the superintendent of human resources is also scheduled to be terminated. Regardless of the individual circumstances cited in each action, the frequency and concentration of these decisions involving top-level leadership is deeply concerning. These positions represent the operational backbone of the district. Repeated removal of senior administrators has significant implications for stability, continuity, employee morale, and public trust. As a board member, I believe the community deserves transparency regarding the rationale, process, and long-term impact of these decisions on our district. I am placing this concern on the record to document the pattern, its seriousness, and the need for accountability and clarity, including, in fact, the current employee who's been waiting, Mr. West, has not been communicated regarding his HR issues. Before discussion begins, I want the record to reflect that I submitted written notice prior to this meeting documenting that employees were told the decision had already been made. My concern is not simply the outcome of the vote, but the process of which decisions are communicated prior to board action.
Ms. Garcia,
As of
how do
now,
you, the consent agenda?
As of now, my vote is nay.
Thank you so much for, I want to mention, in the consent agenda, our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Items listed under the consent agenda have gone through a review and recommendation process. Documentation concerning these items have been provided to all board members and the public in advance to assure an extensive and thorough review. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on an action item for further discussion at the request of any board member with a majority vote. I will continue with the vote, and I will explain my vote. With that, thank you. Everyone has voted, and I vote aye. But I would like to explain my vote. Items, we are not free. When I refer to parliamentary procedures, though our board has to discuss, address items in a manner outlined by parliamentary procedures. We've got rules to abide by. We've got to be careful that we don't violate open meeting law by addressing items or discussing items that are not on this agenda, as all the items that Ms. Garcia just mentioned, irregardless or disregard with the rules or procedures or parliamentary procedures. And with that, as I stated, I vote aye, and motion carries. Going on to action item F. We've got the presentation and approval to increase the annual expenditure authorization amount from 88,000. I'm going to let you explain this, but this is a presentation and approval to increase annual expenditure authorization.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Watson, Madam President Hernandez, governing board members, and the Cartwright community. I'm pleased to present an English language learner initiative aimed at accelerating the academic success of our EL learners. As you may be aware, our district does not currently have a dedicated English language learner curriculum in middle school grades, focused on the mastery of English language proficiency standards, and specifically one that addresses targeted English instruction. This year, our language acquisition department has implemented a program pilot in middle school grades and is proposing the expanded use of two research-based curricula, Houghton Mifflin's English 3D and Language Launch programs. The programs focus on both newcomer English language learners as well as those in all other proficiency levels. Our goal is to increase mastery of academic English for all EL scholars. This year, we successfully piloted these programs in grades 6 through 8 across 4 of our schools, Estrella, Castro, Harris, and Borman. The focus on middle school is to ensure that students are reclassified as proficient before they are promoted to high school. We know that if we can get them to proficiency before 9th grade, we open up their future academic pathways. The program helps to address the middle school gap in foundational literacy. These programs provide the specialized scaffolding needed to support our limited English proficiency scholars. This curriculum will be completely funded through our Title III funds, which are solely dedicated to support English language learners. You may recall that at the beginning of the 25-26 school year, our federal title funding was frozen and we did not receive an allocation until later in the fall semester. As a result, we pivoted from funding our 6 English language learner and interventionists. Once funding was released, we were able to reallocate the funds to support our EL scholars. This year, we've utilized these funds for the Friday EL academies and additional resources to support our EL students. The plan is to utilize the Title III funds for these additional instructional resources. I would now like to present Ms. Valerie Miller, our Director of Language Acquisition. She'll be providing some specific details about the program pilot and the curriculum. We'll be happy to answer questions at the end of her presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Hernandez, board members, Superintendent Watson, executive team, and everyone in attendance. I have a brief presentation to go over with you, and then we will allow for any questions that you guys might have. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I'm not going to read this to you as you all can see it and read it, but I did choose to bold a few select terms in there. So English 3D is a program, as Mr. Reese just mentioned, specifically dedicated for our English language learners for language development. It's not a language arts program. It's not any other program. It is specifically for that. It's explicit. It's interactive. It teaches advanced academic speaking, listening, reading, and writing skills. The focus initially when the author created it was for long-term English language learners. What they mean by that is those learners who have been considered an EL student or an English language learner for 4 years or more, 4 to 5 years or more. They tend to have good quality social skills, social language, but not academic language. They are not able to move past a certain level, and they just kind of get stuck, for lack of a better term, and are not able to pass the AZELA test, which in Arizona leads them to be free to have a schedule, especially in high school, that permits them to do what they so choose to do. So that was where it initially started, to focus on those students. There was a program, as mentioned, Language Launch, that focuses on newcomers, brand new to English, brand new to the country, and because English 3D did not fit them. So those are the two different programs, but it's very explicit for language development. It focuses on vocabulary, syntax, grammar, and it is used currently, the pilot, and the hope would be to continue to use it during targeted instruction. In Arizona, as I'm sure you all know, the Department of Education requires us to teach EL students in a self-contained environment, in a targeted environment where they are taught the English language development. And then they're also required to be in integrated instruction with their peers, with their English language peers. So this would be utilized during that specific targeted instruction time, and the 4 pilot schools, that is when they are using this program. So again, just to reiterate, those are the 4 schools that are currently piloting the program: Castro, Estrella, Borman, and Harris. Proposed sites for next year would be the additional schools that have 7th and 8th graders. So Desert Sands, Cartwright, Spittalny, and Downs. And this is just kind of our timeline of how we went through the process. So phase 1 was last spring, where we spoke with some principals, the 4 principals that are utilizing it currently. We talked to many different vendors. We did our research, discussed it in our Ed Services directors meetings, and eventually determined that we would try this out. We would pilot this. So materials were purchased, and in the August of this year, when our teachers returned, we had a training from the HMH staff for the educators that would be using this, and they launched the program. They started trying it out. So from then, can you go back just one? Thank you so much. From then, we've had many walkthroughs, support from our 2 English language development specialists that are housed here at the district office. They've been out there working with teachers. We've had the company HMH come out and do walkthroughs. We've done our own walkthroughs, trying to support and give feedback. Okay. All right. Now, in November, well, prior to November, but in November, we brought out an expert. The training that we had in August, I believe it was August 1st, was not what we would consider to be high quality. So the teachers did start this out with minimal training. We realized that they need more high quality training, so we brought out an expert. She is one of the co-authors of the program. She delivered 2 optional Friday trainings where teachers were paid if they wanted and were able to attend. And it was a phenomenal training. So that was wonderful. They were able to receive some additional training. And then in December, both the author and her colleague that trained us were present at the OELIS conference, where not all of our teachers utilizing this program, but many of them, and teachers were able to attend the OLS conference and hear her speak and do more presentation on her strategies and the things that are in the curriculum. And we have had conversations in recent months with the additional principals, asking them if they are wanting to come on board. We have heard from a few different principals when they heard this pilot was happening, asking about it, inquiring as to whether it would expand. So if it does, and we hope it does, those would be the next 4 principals and school sites coming on board. And then finally would be, we have February 6th is our next regional Friday professional development day, and we have a representative from HMH coming out again from the company to help staff members gain some PD plan, work more deeply in the program to, continue to advance their skills. And then, of course, we are asking for the increased limit so that we can purchase the additional materials for next year, which would supply the 4 new schools, but replenish any consumables that we need for the 4 existing schools. And again, Mr. Reese mentioned this, but just that the Title III funds are what we would be spending on this, and those are specifically earmarked essentially for English language learners. That is what they need to be spent on, what they should be spent on, of course. And our current quote that we are asking for is under the threshold, but of course, Title III, we are not the only people spending money out of the larger pot, so that does kind of push us over the threshold. And just program observations. Again, like anything, you start with a new curriculum, a new program. It may start out a little bumpy. Teachers are learning, students are learning. It's a very, teaching language development explicitly is very different. It's not natural for students or teachers necessarily. And so our teachers were happy to have a program, but of course it had its bumps and they were a bit frustrated and figuring things out. But just last week, I was at 2 of our school sites, and I was really, really proud and really pleased to see how far not only our teachers have come, that's natural, they're going to grow and develop stronger skills, but our students as well. They are speaking, they're engaging in discourse, and not just talking to each other, but speaking academically, speaking formally with those skills that they will need to move on to high school and beyond. Principals and teachers have given positive feedback. That's not to say that everything is rainbows and sunshine, but people are grateful to have something. One of the reasons why we chose middle school is, yes, because that is an extremely important time for our students to be able to reclassify, but also, and I was a middle school teacher, so this isn't knocking any middle school teachers, but often middle school teachers, they're teaching a much higher level content. They're not teaching foundational skills of a language. They may not have ever really been officially, formally trained in those areas. So having something to support them that is explicit is very helpful. And so we're excited to see where this goes with our pilot schools, and if we get to expand it, that would be wonderful. I provided you a link for some research if you'd like to take a look at that. It's like 40 pages, but the first couple of pages do a nice job of giving kind of a quick summary. And then any questions that you all may have.
I believe we do. Ms. Cantu?
Yes, Madam President. Ms. Miller.
Yes.
What do we have before we move into this program?
What materials do we currently have? Is that
correct?
Vice President Cantu, we currently, this year, we have purchased Rosetta Stone. That is more for our newcomers. It's a language learning program. We have Benchmark Hello. Again, that is also a newcomer program. That tends to be a program, with newcomers, that tends to be where teachers struggle the most. It makes a pretty wide gap in the student doesn't understand maybe very limited or no English whatsoever, and then we're teaching 7th grade academic content. So that's why we have more of these newcomer programs. We also have Reading A to Z, their ELL, their English Language Learning Edition. And honestly, that's what was currently purchased this year and last year. This is only my second year in the role, so those are the 2 school years that I can speak to. I taught English language learners back in the day when we had the 4-hour block, and if I'm speaking correctly, we have always had supplemental books, grammar books, different things to support, lots of trainings and things of that nature. Not to say it wasn't good, but it wasn't this is a full curriculum that addresses every aspect of language: reading, writing, listening, speaking, all of it. It's specifically created for that. So we have some things, but I think from what I've gathered from a lot of teachers, that is a frustration, is that perhaps they have to go out and find the materials. They have the English language proficiency standards, but then they're creating things on their own, which when you're teaching multiple other subjects and periods a day, it can be frustrating to have to plan for one more thing when you don't have many materials.
Thank you for the support that you give to the teachers. One more question this is voluntarily throughout the schools. Only if principals want to adopt this material.
Yeah. At first, we wanted to utilize it. I brought it to Mr. Reese and our Ed Services Department. We talked about it at length and decided, let's try it out. Let's reach out to a few schools that have middle schoolers and let's try this out. So that's how it started. Now the additional 4 schools would cover every single solitary 7th and 8th grader, with the exception of Mark T. Atkinson. They have an extremely small population of English language learners there, and it would just be a challenge with their schedule to make it work there. But with the exception of them, we would cover all 7th and 8th graders in the district. We did want to make sure that the principals were on board, so that might have been what I was saying, that we did speak with them about it because they are a stakeholder.
And my last question, when we ask the teachers to implement this material in the classroom, you mentioned that you do staff development and they're paid, they're compensated for the time they use for that training, correct?
When we brought in what I'm calling the expert, when we brought her in, it's a challenge. We have many different curriculums and programs and initiatives going in the district. And like I said, these targeted teachers also teach other subjects. So in an effort to find time to provide the training to them, we chose to offer it on 2 Fridays, and that's why we paid them. The initial training for everyone was a regular work day at the beginning of the school year, which is what we would hope to be able to provide in the future, to not have to have people come in on their off time if we don't have to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
I do.
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you for that presentation. So you mentioned the program is targeting 4 schools.
Currently, yes. That's where we're piloting it, yes.
Okay. So currently, what is the ratio of teachers to student?
Oh, good question. I would have to get you the specific, I don't want to misspeak, but they're fairly small groups. It depends on the school and the abilities. Some schools have been able to utilize special area teachers, music, art, PE, if they have an extra period off during the day to help alleviate numbers in groups. So some classes are much smaller than others. Some are a traditional size of 30-ish. Most are smaller than that.
Okay, so let me see.
But I can get you that information if you.
About how many teachers do we have?
We have approximately 30 teachers across the 4 school sites that have a group.
Okay. And I guess this question, okay, so there's approximately 30 teachers to support the program.
That's correct, at those 4 sites.
And we're going to wait, you'll get back to us regarding the ratio of teachers to student. Okay, my next question is for Marco. Great work, thank you. So given the, I guess, possibility of moving to a 5-day, And given the information that we may lose a lot of staff, what would be the contingency plan that we have or that you have that would accommodate the program so that our students continue to learn? Because without teachers, I don't see this program being successful. Thank you.
Board Member Garcia, thank you for the question. Governing board members, community, that's a great question. Typically, when we roll out any new curriculum in any capacity, there's always a need to backfill with new staff members. When we purchase this curriculum, we are also provided with a number of professional development hours, which can also be dedicated to a launch program. So basically what we would do is backfill for those staff members that are hired, that are new, that have not been trained with the program, that are going to be teaching our English language learners. And they would basically start on year one for training. We would start them, basically fresh with the program as we had initially at the beginning of this school year, and then provide the additional training. With also the benefit to that for those employees would be that we would have at least a cohort of teachers. Again, our hopes are we're going to retain some of those staff members, that we can have model some of those lessons and support some of those teachers in professional development opportunities. So we definitely would be providing that professional development at the initial start of the year for any staff members that's new, that's going to be responsible for implementation of the program.
I think what is most concerning is the fact that we may be losing highly qualified teachers, educators, and bringing in inexperienced, as it has been mentioned over and over again, inexperienced teachers and staff who may not be able to provide the same quality education that we currently have. But thank you.
Absolutely. Board Member Garcia, I understand the concern. Certainly, I know when we're in situations where we may not have fully certificated staff members, we also do our best through our instructional support specialists at the site level, our teaching and learning department to provide that support for incoming teachers or teachers that may not have had a traditional pathway for teacher certification, and just ensuring that we're providing additional support for those staff members that may not be fully certified.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And also, is your program also working at Starlight with our bilingual students?
No. So the bilingual is it's a different program. Essentially, they do, yes, have English language learners in the program, but their schedule, their whole setup is a little bit different. So they do not have middle schoolers at Starlight. So that's where we're beginning the focus. And if obviously we see results, we would potentially look at expanding in the years to come. But right now we're just focusing on middle school.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I had something, Dr. Ruiz, when you began your introduction into the curriculum, you mentioned something that we didn't have. I thought I heard it that way, or did I? What was that?
Yes, Board President Hernandez, correct. I did reiterate that we currently don't have a fully adopted curriculum for the middle school grades for English language learners that's solely dedicated for English language instruction. And that's what Ms. Miller had mentioned, that we have up to this point had supplemental programs that help teachers in terms of resources, but a full curriculum teaching all of the 4 areas of language development. We don't currently have an adopted curriculum, formal adopted curriculum.
Do we need to have an adopted curriculum?
Board President Hernandez, that's a great question. I think that's definitely an item that our team is discussing, and I definitely think it's something that we should bring back for consideration in the future. Absolutely.
And there's a reason that I'm asking this. And how long have we been without the adoption of the curriculum?
I have been in the district. This is my 3rd year, and to my knowledge, it's been supplemental curriculum up to that point.
Okay, so we've been performing or working without an adopted curriculum. I questioned, I think, when I came on board, the what curriculum we have. Was there curriculum alignment throughout the sites? What was being utilized, especially different levels? So this certainly explains it, and the need for it, especially when it's focused on the English language learners. So we went on for a few years without the adoption of it. don't we need to be in compliance with the state regarding that?
Board President Hernandez, that's a great question. I know we had mentioned the Hello Benchmark. It's a subset program from our benchmark program that we currently have for ELA. But in terms of compliance, I know Ms. Miller can speak to the requirements from ADE in terms of what we're required to have for curriculum.
Board President Hernandez, I may not be 100% accurate on this, so please don't quote me. I can look into it more and get back to you. But to my knowledge, there is not any requirement from the Department of Education for a curriculum. They provide the English language proficiency standards, and they're quite a hefty document. That is what our teachers, all teachers in Arizona, must utilize to provide their instruction. So just like our learning targets, our success criteria, our Arizona standards for regular content instruction, they would look at these standards, break them down, decompose them and plan a lesson based off of that. We do have a lot of supplemental, and over the years we've had many supplemental materials, but to my knowledge, not a curriculum. And so although ADE doesn't recommend one or mandate one, I do think, just personally, my opinion is that it is very important given the large number of our English language learners in our district, and I mean, just their right to have a quality education.
Right. Thank you. So definitely have a need, and thank you for bringing this forward. Do we have any other questions? Okay. So there not being any, thank you. I move that we increase the annual expenditure authorization amount of $88,629.67 for Houston Mifflin Company for the 25-26 school year for a not to exceed total of $130,000. Do I have a second?
I second, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu, and I will proceed for a roll call vote. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And I vote aye. And motion carries. Going on to the presentation of the hour and consideration for approval of 4-day or 5-day school year options for the 26-27 school year. Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Madam President, Governing Board, everybody who's here in attendance. It's an honor to be here, an honor to talk about this important decision that impacts a lot of different lives. And as I present some information here this evening, I made the decision that we bring a few slides from our last meeting back in, just because I suspect that not everybody has seen everything. I've also removed a couple slides and included some additional things. But I want to really thank everybody who spoke a call to the public. You know, it's hard to get up in front of a group of people. It's hard to get up in front of the dais. It's hard to know that you're being streamed live on YouTube and share your experiences and your opinions. And some of the things that were shared absolutely are concerns. I just want to be clear on that. We want our teachers to know we do listen. You can laugh if you want, but we do listen. And I want to be clear on that. I do not know. And I've been very clear with every conversation I've had throughout the district with everyone. I do not know what vote the board is going to make this evening. But I am going to present some information. I think it's probably pretty clear that I actually think more time in school is good. And I just want to make sure that you understand why I believe that. I believe that because of you. I'm not asking for kids to spend more time somewhere else. I'm asking them to spend more time in the classroom with parents or with teachers who care about them, teachers who are professionals, teachers who are trained and skilled to provide instruction to these kids. And so I just want to make sure you can disagree with me. I have absolutely zero problem with that. And when I come onto campus tomorrow or on Monday, and I hope that whatever happens this evening, we can still work together as professionals, because I believe in our teachers here in Cartwright. So I just want to make sure that that's why I'm sharing what I'm sharing tonight, is because I want our students to have more of you. All right, and with that,
I have a question.
Ms. Garcia, can we go through the presentation first?
I'd like to ask my question first.
Well, we're here to listen to a
Right,
presentation.
right. I understand that. But I do have a question.
He's got the floor. Let's
certainly,
go to
I
the
can go ahead and
presentation
wait
and
till
save our
after.
questions so we can ask him after the presentation, because there's going to be more. I guess he's got some additional slides.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
okay. So in our last conversation that we had, there was a request to find out some of the other districts who are at 4 days here in the state of Arizona. This is not necessarily a comprehensive list. It's actually quite the task. There isn't just a repository of information, and some of that information isn't up to date. For example, Apache Junction at one point had voted to go to 4 days, and then a couple of years ago they voted to return to 5 days. But these are our school districts at 4 days that have a 4-day school week here in the state of Arizona. Liberty Elementary School District, Page Unified, Saddle Mountain, Wickenburg, Natterburg, Payson Schools, Gila Bend, Patagonia, Casa Grande. This is information about, we were asked to gather some information about how these particular schools are doing. So these are going from left to right. So the left is the most recent year, the right is going back 4 years, and just how students have performed on the Arizona State assessment for proficiency levels. So these numbers that you see here are the number of students who scored proficient or higher on the state assessment. In the colored line, it is ELA, and on the line with no color, it is math. And I'm just providing that as a data point. You can see, and I would say, if I were to interpret this chart, I would say that the numbers are roughly static. There's a little bit of up, there's a little bit of down, but there aren't really huge swings. And I did double check that Wickenburg number a couple of different times, because that seemed like a little bit of an outlier there. But I did check that multiple times. And this data comes from the Arizona Department of Education's website. Okay, I want to go back for just 1 second. So here's a problem. And the problem is, we actually here in Arizona, we don't have a lot of schools that have been doing this for a long time. And so it's kind of hard to gather some hard data. I'll be honest with that. Like with how our schools are doing here in the state of Arizona, we do the best we can with limited data. A state that has had has embraced 4-day school weeks with a little bit more robustness is the state of Oregon. And so 1 of 10 schools in the state of Oregon have a 4-day school week. 130 Oregon schools, at least across at least 7 districts, run a 4-day schedule. So that just means that since 2013, they've had quite a few school districts not experimenting, but who've chosen to go the 4-day path. And so that's about 13 years. That should be able to provide us with some information and with some data. And this is a study that comes from the University of Oregon, where they were studying, and once again, these are some long-term, a little bit longer-term data and information that looks at the impact of the 4-day school week. And so this Oregon study, and it's been reported on in the Oregonian, which is their Arizona Republic, but this comes out of the University of Oregon, and does a 4-week benefit students. And I'm happy to share this PDF. I actually send an email to all of our board members every week, and I'm happy to include this in the board bulletin. And this is kind of a summary of their data. And they said that the evidence suggests effects may differ based on school locale. So rural districts and non-rural districts have a little bit different just vibe, culture. If you've been to schools if you've been to schools anywhere in the state of Arizona, we've got some diversity throughout our state. And rural districts have been studied more rigorously than non-rural districts, but these are the things that they have found in the 4-day week for rural districts. Decrease in math and reading achievement for K-8 students, increases math scores, increase on-time and 5-year graduation rates, and decreases on-time progression and increases chronic absences for high school students. Now, for non-rural districts, so those would be, maybe suburban, urban districts. I would put Cartwright in that category. For non-rural districts, most findings were negative, suggesting a 4-day school week has little to no effect on K-8 achievement, decrease math scores, decrease on-time and 5-year graduation rates, and increase absences for high school students. And then for a rural and non-rural combined, and if we went back to that first document or that first slide that I showed, when you look at Wickenburg, that's kind of on the edges of the city. There's a little bit of a rural vibe, but the city is beginning to overtake it. Liberty, Saddle Mountain, some of these districts are kind of, I would put in this combined category. And they found that decreases math and reading achievement and increases absences and chronic absences and decreases 5-year graduation rates across grades K through 12. I just want to talk just a little bit about absences. One of the things that we talk about when we talk about what's best for kids is making sure they're in school. That's the whole reason why we talk about chronic absenteeism. And if we go to school for one more day, the same argument you have for not wanting absences is the same argument we're having to support additional time in school. And that is to give more seat time to our kids. And I use the word seat time, but it's not just in a seat. It's running around. It's on the playground. It's building social and emotional connections with other students and teachers. And so I just wanted to make sure that as we talk about chronic absenteeism, the whole argument is because we want kids in school more. We have some need in our school district, and one of the things that we do when kids come to school is we provide them free and reduced lunch, and we provide them breakfast. And so many of our families rely on the school district to provide meals during the school week. In my opinion, this is more important than ever. We're seeing a lot of instability from the federal government, especially when it comes to some of those supports that are so important to our families and our students. And so I think it's really important to remember that this is a place where kids get 2 meals. Well, it gets right now we get 2, 4, 6, 8 meals, 10 if we're here on Friday. As the parent of 6 children, 6 very hungry children at times, this is literally a monetary savings to our families who send their kids to school every day. And also, this is a safe place for our kids. And while I think we have some of the greatest families in the state of Arizona here in Maryville, not every single one of our students has one of those families. I think a lot of us as educators, we have had a student that we had to maybe intervene on their behalf through law enforcement or DCS because of something we feel like may be happening in their home. And this is a safe place for our kids to come every day and be with a responsible, vetted adult who provides just love and a meaningful experience. Student achievement. I've left a few slides in. I've taken a few slides out of the interest of time. But this is one of the main reasons why we're talking today. We want our kids to achieve at a high level. We want them to read, to write. We want them to have those critical thinking skills to be successful in life. We want our kids to have options. We want our kids to have options in the professions that they're able to choose. And to do that, they need just some of the basic tenets of education that we provide. I had shared this our last meeting. This is the number of minutes spent in school each year, us compared to just some districts around the state, one of those being our neighbor Alhambra. And I had a slide, I removed it, but it says at the end of 8 years, our students here in Cartwright are in school for 1 less year than students at other districts. we talk a lot about Tier 1 instruction. And that is, if you don't know, if you're not an educator and you don't necessarily know the phrase Tier 1 instruction, that's that first line of defense. That's what you think of when you think of maybe your experience in school. And that's what teachers are supposed to do every day. And just the data says that more Tier 1 instruction is better. And we heard a little bit about Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction is important, and those absolutely are. But the data shows more Tier 1 instruction is better. And when you pull kids out for Tier 2 and Tier 3, they aren't getting that Tier 1 instruction that all their other peers are getting. And so there's a lot of data to support that we really need to improve and in this situation, in my opinion, increase the amount of time that our students spend in Tier 1 instruction. And that's that excellent instruction that our teachers here in Cartwright provide to our kids. Just briefly, we had 8,728 students take the statewide assessment. Just as a reminder, proficient and highly proficient. Students who score proficient or highly proficient are likely to be ready for the next grade. And this is us as a district. So we had 19 of our students who were proficient, 19% proficient, 4% highly proficient, which is great. Like these kids, it's working for these kids. There's a lot of data to also show around the 4 and 5 day week that just especially highly motivated kids do quite well in a 4-day situation, where maybe some kids who struggle or maybe aren't as motivated in school maybe struggle in a 4-day a week situation. And then partially and minimally proficient, these are students that according to the state definitions will need some sort of support when they go on to the next grade level. And 61 of our students are minimally proficient here in the district, and 16% are partially proficient. And I do have those whole numbers down there because I think it's important for us to recognize that the whole number is important. We really get lost in percentages sometimes. And that whole number represents, that number one represents a student in a classroom that we want to support. We want to help get ahead. We don't need to read this again. This is just know Barack Obama thinks we should spend more time in school. I don't think if he were here, I don't think he would have changed his mind on that one. But I will shoot him an email. So I want to go back to
Point of order.
I want to go back to just very briefly the Oregon conversation we were having. This is Matthew Kraft actually spoke to the Oregon State Legislature yesterday, where he advocated that the state of Oregon should increase their minimum minute requirements for students, and he shared a lot of the data that we've talked about. This is just how we compare. This is just some of our overall passing compared to some of our neighbors here in the community. Sorry, that was English language arts. And that last quote that I kind of skipped over said that the data shows that you will increase a little bit. But if you were at 5 days, you would increase more. You would have more proficiency. I'm just sharing the data. And I feel like, we can prove that through this. This is the AASA percent passing, grades 3 through 8, us compared to some of our neighbors. So these are the scheduling options that we present to the board. And I will just reiterate the district administration, the teachers, the staff, we are going to implement whatever the board decides, whether it's whichever of these options there are. So we're looking at option 1, no change. The district will continue with a 4-day school week for students and staff. Option 2 is change to a traditional 5-day school week. The calendar would increase learning time for students. Calendar would include early release days or some other designated time for professional development. Students would receive breakfast and lunch 5 days a week, and some employees would return to full-time benefited positions. Option number 3, continue a 4-day school week for students, and teachers would be required to work half days on Fridays. One of the things that just a lot of data and research shows when surveying teachers is teachers want more time to be able to be on task and to be able to work and do some of the work because it is a burden. You guys work really hard. And so that is one of those options that we're providing. Students would be provided opportunities for remediation and learning during the second half of Fridays. So we would ask some teachers to provide some of those intensive learning opportunities for kids. But part-time employees would remain part-time with no additional benefits. And then option number 4 is this is creative. This keeps a 4-day week, but we would actually extend the school year. And the school year would begin earlier in July and later in June. So the calendar would start, but we would maintain a 4-day week. Learning time would be increased for students. And this actually would have a similar impact as the hybrid, with part-time employees receiving additional pay for the time worked, but wouldn't necessarily receive benefits because they wouldn't be working a full work week that would garner them benefits. So these are our 4 options that we have for you to consider today. Some fiscal impact numbers. Current budget allocations, obviously there would be no change, continue with a 4-day week. A change, I put the little squiggle in front of the $5 million. I'll be honest, we have some calculations. We feel good about having the resources to do this. We won't know 100% until we get there. I have, and that is, you can speculate all you want about that, but that's just honestly, that's how school district budgets work. School district budgets are very different than budgets in all other level of government. And if you've looked at budgets with, for example, Maricopa County, they look at us and say, how do you plan for a year when you don't actually know how much money you're going to get because you don't know how many students you're going to have? And so that's just how school budgeting works. You build a budget based on the number of students that you think you're going to have next year. And we've seen enrollment drop. We've taken some of those things into calculation. We've seen the impact of ICE on our community. And that has absolutely had an impact on how many students we have coming to Cartwright. And so these are things that we're trying to account for. And like I said, we're trying to do right by our kids. Then we have a hybrid. Once again, it would cost a little bit more money. Because we would be asking teachers to provide some additional instruction. We would help transport those kids who we are asking to be remediated. And then if we did an extended school year, actually it would be similar in cost. Because once again, the bulk of the money, and this is really important to recognize, the bulk of the money that we're calculating, it goes to people. It goes to staff, it goes to benefits, it goes to supporting the employees who we need to have come back full time to make this work. And then I just wanted to share, we did give out the teacher survey. This is what we shared. And I wanted to include that again because it's important to understand that absolutely there is an impact to staffing. So we asked people, who are you and what do you do? And we have about 1,600 employees in the district, and we have 950 responses. And then we said, if the district returns to a 5-day week, what are your plans? And 30% of the respondents, and I think that's important because I did hear some people say 70% of our staff wouldn't come back. And I understand why you have that number. It's the 70% of the respondents. So 70% of the people who responded to this survey said they might not come back. And that's roughly 30 to 40% of our employees overall. And that's not an insignificant number. And I'm sharing these numbers because they are really important to consider as you're taking this vote. And then, this was another question. If the district adopts a 4-day student week with a half day on Friday for staff, what would be your plans? And so 56% said that they would not intend to return. And 44%, yes, I would return. And then we did provide this. We asked AI to kind of summarize some of the responses. So many of you took the survey. And we had a spot there for your written responses, so you could deviate outside of just clicking a button. And the majority of people who took the survey strongly prefer to keep the 4-day week due to its benefits for mental health, work-life balance, medical appointments, and retaining qualified teachers. Many stated they will look for employment elsewhere if it changes. And I think we heard a lot of that in our call to the public this evening. And concerns about the hybrid schedule. Staff are concerned that a change to a 5-day or a 4.5-day schedule would lead to mass resignations, teacher burnout, increased staff absences, and is being rushed without clear data or financial planning. Many also view a staff-only half-day as Friday as unbeneficial or disrespectful to their time. And then a lot of people talked about, alternative use of funds and resources. A frequently suggested alternative is to use the money that would be spent on operating a 5th day to invest in smaller class sizes, hiring more instructional assistants, interventionists, and other reading and other support staff to improve student achievement within the current 4-day model. And then compensation and benefits was a familiar theme. Several staff members requested a salary increase to be competitive with other districts if the work week is extended. And many highlighted the need for district-provided childcare to remain open if staff are to work on Fridays. And so, Madam President, Governing Board, this is just some of the information that we put together. I'm happy to answer questions. Dr. Etheridge is on tap for maybe some if you have some financial questions regarding the budget for next year and what it would take for us to get there. I do believe that we have the budget to get there. We've put some budgets together. Like I said, just we need to be aware that we do expect a decline in enrollment for next year. And we're accounting for that. And of course, we will honor whatever the district decides. The district would like to do, the board decides the direction for the district. And I would say that my administration and I do recommend the 5-day week. But some additional instructional time is really what benefits our students the most and what will benefit our students the most. And so that's what we're asking for. But once again, we will honor obviously whatever the district or the governing board decides. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Can you leave the presentation open?
Yes.
Questions?
I was just hoping that we would be able to hear from CEA.
Our CEA representatives, thank you so much.
Just point of order. We just had a presentation and we're asking for questions from the board.
Yeah, I think that CEA should also be able to ask questions about
Is that your question?
About this presentation, yes.
Okay, we're asking for questions regarding the presentation that we just heard. We as a board are here and need to have the capabilities to be, I have the floor, need to be able to have the capabilities of asking the questions based on the presentation and the data that we've heard over the last 8 months and based on the presentation that we just heard. So
I would like a perspective from them.
We just spent an hour getting a perspective. We are at
From
the point
CEA.
of I have the floor. We are asking for questions regarding, okay, point of order. You've said you've had your opportunity. Thank you. So you're asking the question that you have for the presentation that we just heard is where we're at in the agenda.
Yes, I heard you.
Do you have a question? If you're not, we'll move forward.
All right, I have
questions.
multiple actually.
Okay, your question, please.
Okay. Our attendance has increased over time while having the 4-day school week. What do you think, Mr. Superintendent, will happen if we implement the 5-day school week?
Madam President, governing board member, I do anticipate that our attendance will increase. Um, it's okay to laugh. I'm not offended by that. But once again, the research that I have studied, the research that comes out of Stanford, the research that comes out of the University of Oregon actually shows that, especially when students get into that pattern, we have a lot of students who have special needs and who actually function. And this is a data point. I'm not just making this up. This is something that was read. We do have a lot of students who really they appreciate structure and repetition in their lives. And this adds another day of structure and another day of repetition, some stability. And so the data, the research that I have read and that I've shared with the board over several weeks via the board bulletin actually says that there's an expectation that your attendance should improve. At minimum, not go down.
Let's hope. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How are we going? We've been saying that we're gonna move something around, do a little something to find the money to do this, but we don't have an actual plan, and that seems kind of insane to go through with when we don't even know where we're gonna get this money from. So where exactly is most of this gonna come from? What are we gonna move and what are we gonna cut?
Madam President, Governing Board Member, we actually do have a financial plan. We've built a budget for these different scenarios for next year. We're confident that we have the money to execute any of these scenarios.
That would be really good to include in this presentation.
Sure.
Thank you. Question? An additional question?
Yes. How many Tier 1 schools does Gilbert have?
Madam
At
President,
Title I, my bad.
Title I. Madam President, Governing Board Member Romero, I don't know what that number is. I would assume that because of the zip code that a lot of those students come from, that they may not have very many.
Yes, we are a very different community.
And Madam President, Governing Board Romero, if I may, and that is actually why it is so much more important that our students do spend more time in school learning. There's the data that shows that our kids need more opportunities.
Where is this data? Is this data based
Point
on
of
our
order,
kids
if
only?
you're asking a question, please allow for him to respond before asking an additional question.
All right.
So, Madam President, Governing Board Romero, that's a great question. Just for everybody to know, I send out a board bulletin every week, and every week I include links to 3 articles. Sometimes those articles are news-based, sometimes those articles are research articles, and I have included links to all of those articles over the last several months. I'm happy to, I have not had the opportunity to share with the board this latest Oregon research and data, and it is, and I'm happy to include that this week, but absolutely the data. Thank you.
An additional question?
All right. Okay. All of this information is post-COVID. So was the calendar really the problem or the loss of instruction during COVID?
Yeah, that's a terrific question. I appreciate you asking that. Madam President, Governing Board Romero, I actually don't believe that changing the calendar on its own is going to solve just every challenge that we experience here in Cartwright. We heard from Val and Dr. Ruiz things that we're trying to do to increase English language acquisition. So this is absolutely just one part of a multi-tiered effort to help kids learn. And to your question about pre and post COVID, I think that's why that data from the University of Oregon is so important. It's over 13 years. And so they actually are going back to 2013 and share some of that information that's pre-COVID and how COVID has impacted students. So without a doubt, I don't believe that alone will improve outcomes for our kids here in Cartwright. But I do believe, Madam President, Ms. Romero, that having more time with our teachers will have a significant impact on our students' performance.
I think giving our teachers and staff more support would probably impact our students more.
Okay.
Any additional questions? I think, Ms. Garcia?
That's it from me.
I think it's first of all disheartening that as an acting superintendent, you continue to make reference to other states and other school districts when Cartwright in itself is unique. The population, the community is unique and should not be compared. And that also includes what we had discussed previously, resources at a previous meeting. You were comparing resources from the districts your children attend, which are highly performing districts and perhaps a higher income districts, comparing them to Cartwright. Not fair. And I did attend. Well, I was. Can you please make reference to my mic? Not being able to speak through the mic. Just document that, please. So, in addition, you had also stated several times that here, as well as YouTube, that you did not know which way the vote was going to go, that it was up to the board. However, multiple times you have spoken to multiple employees stating that we are going to a 5-day. Without the deliberation of a vote, without the due process of this board casting a vote, regardless of what the outcome will be, you took it upon yourself to share this information, which is highly unethical.
Madam President, Governing Board Garcia, I don't know how better to say this.
Excuse me, I'm not finished.
You are wrong.
Excuse me, I am not wrong.
I'll point of order.
I am not.
Ms. Garcia, we are not
Lydia,
here to launch attacks. We are here
Lydia,
to engage in a conversation or a
speaking
dialogue.
to-
If we're not able to,
Lydia,
I will request a recess so we can reset.
I am speaking to what's on the agenda.
Please let the record reflect
Can you
that it
please
is
cite the policy that I am
8:29
violating
p.m.
because this speaks to the agenda?
We are resuming the governing board meeting. Please let the record reflect that the time is 8:54, and we will continue. We were at a presentation, and we were asking for questions. Are there any additional questions based on the information
I
that
still
was
have
just
two
provided?
questions.
Am I allowed to finish?
Would you please document that? Thank you. As soon as you're finished, I'd like to continue my questions.
Ms. Garcia, what are your questions?
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Watson, you did provide data from our employees, our staff, but as I was looking through the presentation that you provided to us, the one thing that is missing are the parent data. Where is that at? And if that's not available, then there couldn't be a decision made tonight without that information that is also just as crucial.
So, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, we talk to parents all the time. We've asked questions. We had our roundtable, of which multiple of you were there. We've had. I've been to. I will admit, not every school's cafecito, but I've been to multiple cafecitos to talk about just the direction that the district is going in. And so we do have a lot of information around from our parents.
Mr. Watson, I attended both forums for good reason, because I want to hear what they have to say. And you did say that you were going to provide data from employees as well as families.
Yeah,
so
we do.
I am asking, excuse me,
Yep.
I am asking for that data, not your perception or your experiences
Sure.
speaking to people, but actual data that you presented here tonight for the employees.
Yeah, Madam President, Governing Board, Member Garcia, we do have some information. I will say there is a lot of personally identifiable information in that we are trying to go through and redact to be able to provide that. And also, I will say that information is old now. That was some survey data that we did right after the summer. And so we have been relying on just some of the conversations we've been having with parents. Like I said, we had our parent roundtable. So we've been trying to really engage with our parents around this.
Mr. Watson, that is unacceptable. Without that data, we cannot make an informed decision. We cannot do it. Including your budget. You stated that you have the budget, you're not exactly sure what those numbers look like, you're not exactly sure where that money is going or coming from. How are we going to sustain this school district not having those numbers, not having that information? So those are two important questions that we need to be informed about. So moving forward to make a decision as far as 4 versus 5, whatever that outcome is going to be, it's not fair. And it is not fair, and I would encourage this board to not vote on that tonight.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Garcia.
No, I was just going to say, Madam President, Ms. Garcia, we do have Dr. Etheridge. He has, like I said, we put together some multiple budgets. We can answer any questions that our governing board members may have this evening.
So you're suggesting that we can speak to Mr. Etheridge. However, we have not been, I don't know about the other board members, but I have not been provided with any information regarding a budget, what those numbers look like. I've also made reference to consultants who are being paid $10,000 a month. I've asked what that is for. I've asked for purchase orders. I've asked for itemized information to show what the budget looks like. What do we need? What do we have? What can we rely on? What is sustainable? What is not? In making these decisions. And so again, I'm going to ask that you provide the parent survey, regardless whether it's old or not. You said that you were reaching out in many forms, whether it was email, mail, telephonically. I don't know because I've never seen it.
Sure. Madam President, Ms. Garcia, as always, I send out information. I would be happy to sit down and talk to you prior to the meetings, I have a standing offer to be able to sit down and meet with you, and that still stands.
Mr. Watson, this is a public meeting and the public deserves to have these answers as well.
Are you done with your questions, Ms. Garcia? Let me share that as much as I appreciate Ms. Garcia's questions, she had no qualms and no issues when I was asking the exact same questions and was not allowed to have access to any documentation whatsoever. So I understand. Not that that is something that's taking place right now, because we have spent, for the record, we have spent the last maybe 8 months discussing the spending of $200 million and what we have that went into during COVID and beyond. Spending, it's a combination of not only our annual budget, but our COVID monies. And Dr. Etheridge, remind me there was a third one, because it's been a couple of months that we've been reiterating this over and over.
Madam President, so when we look at the overall budget and we look at spending per pupil, the state provides for M&O about $5,100, from capital about $600 per student, and then federal funds that we get, Title I, Title II, Title III, all of that equates to about $12,000 per student.
And Dr. Etheridge, remind me when I'm referring to, and I'm just lumping it all together because we've been repeating this over the last few months, the amount of money that has been expended. The reason we're having this conversation today was because the percentage of kids that are not proficient in our district, our kids are overwhelming more than 90%. My question is, how did it get from 4%? It's obviously been more than a year that we've been discussing this, 1 year, and went from 4%, and we're talking now 16% proficiency level. We're nowhere near our neighboring comparable demographic similar districts. We're still below that. So we've expended. My issue is that we expended over a period of time, over the last few years, over $200 million to arrive us with the results and impact that it's having on our educational achievement with our kids. And the fact, and I really don't appreciate, I'm actually offended, very offended, in that we don't care enough that our kids here, our brown kids in our district, are not able to read, write, and do math at their grade level. We are not. This is the overwhelming majority. Obviously, we have kids that are gifted, that are doing fine, that don't need them necessarily, but the overwhelming majority of our kids are not able to read or write, and we're not proficient. Going on to we're feeding them into the high schools. And if they're not able to read or write, they end up dropping out. Over the course of the years here, we've worked with students that were either, because of the absenteeism, instead of having a hearing officer, we participated in those conversations. Most of the kids were not attentive in class or didn't care because they couldn't read or write. And so forwarding them, pushing them on to they're going into high schools. If they're not able to be successful, they end up getting distracted and getting into trouble. So we're seeing a high rise of our kids, either suicide, alcohol, drugs, accidents. And obviously, if you can't get a job, if you're not prepared enough to be able to qualify for a good paying job, what we're seeing is our kids are getting recruited by the cartels because it's more lucrative. That is the reality. I will have order in this boardroom. That is the reality. I serve over the last 20 years. I have served on so many boards and commissions, the National School Board Association, the local, the state, the county, the legislature. Right now we're discussing public safety before the Education Committee at the state capitol. So, colored kids, Wait, this is our, and that is not to say, this is our, I am. Okay. I am, let's move forward. Let's not have discussion. We're ready for a vote. This is not going to work. But thank you.
Lydia, I still have the floor.
We are moving forward.
Lydia, I still have the floor.
Point of order.
Excuse me, would
We
you
have
please,
the opportunity
please
to have a
Lydia,
question.
what point of order?
Do
what that-
you
what that
have a
policy is?
question
I do.
regarding the presentation?
I do,
I
thank
would
you.
entertain the question.
So, yes,
Not a comment
first of
and
all,
no attacks.
excuse me.
No comments and no
Hey,
attacks.
you know what? I'm an
Question.
elected official just like you, so please give me the
Question.
respect.
Your question.
So, speaking to absenteeism, which was on your presentation, having a 4-day schedule has actually decreased absenteeism, just for the record. So I don't know where you got your information. Well, you did state multiple places. I don't know if it's regarding your dissertation. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we are speaking to Cartwright. We are speaking to this community, not to other countries, not to other states, not to other districts. We are unique. And our children that are coming here from other countries, which would speak to the language barriers, which takes time, which is why we have programs that is implemented that will teach them to thrive, that will show them to thrive. So once again, I'm going to ask,
Your
I think,
question.
would you please give me a moment?
I'm waiting for
Okay,
it.
thank you. I appreciate that. So once again, I'm going to ask that we not deliberate a vote until we have, number one, the parent survey, which you did not provide, and they matter also, along with the budget so that we can see what that looks like in sustaining this school district. Thank you.
This is as a board member, attending every single meeting, attending additional meetings throughout the week, attending several, not only, I'm going to say, trainings, conferences over the many years regarding academic achievement and what it takes to get there. I am not going to respond, but I am very frustrated with the participation tonight. I'm just simply going to move forward. We've heard the presentation. We've had an opportunity for questions. Are there any additional comments or questions? I am going to move forward for a motion.
I do have one
I am
comment.
requesting.
I have one comment.
Questions. We're dealing
You
with
did say
questions.
comment or question, and I do have a comment.
Make your comment.
Thank you. So you made reference to our students and community being affected, that they cannot read and they cannot write. They don't know math. Apparently, they don't know anything. And according to what you say, and according to what Mr. Watson says, but you also made reference to the cartel, which I also find offensive to our community. So I just wanted that on record.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. We have a family here that was impacted, in which the cartel came to drag out the student, one of our very own, that went to Maryville High School.
What we should
He
be
should
talking
have.
about is ICE and how to protect our students and families. That's what we should be talking about.
Ms. Garcia, you should be offended at the lack of our academic student achievement and finding resolve academically instead of launching attacks. But I
Lydia,
will
we
move
have
forward.
highly professional,
Point
intelligent
of order.
staff.
Ms. Cantu, do you have a motion?
I had a question actually.
Ms. Cantu has
I
asked
had
for the floor.
she has a question.
What is your question, Chief?
Okay. It's a simple yes or no question. Would we be able to hear from our CAA representatives?
We already have.
When?
We already have.
When?
Senator
If you
Annalise Ortiz
were
is
to
here,
attend the
we can
meetings,
acknowledge
Can
her
we
as-
hear them
Okay,
right
I
here
am
for
moving
the
forward, ma'am.
Can we
Mrs. Cantu,
hear
do
them
you
so
have a
that the
motion?
public can go ahead and hear them as well? Where
move
was the
forward.
public
You're
at
not
this
speaking.
meeting that you're speaking about?
I
Because
am
unless they were,
making a
then they
motion
don't
to
have. They're not
change
privy to this information.
Christine,
Traditional
Linda, would you please
5-day
stop?
school
Excuse me.
week.
Calendar
Can we
will
please
increase
document
learning
that,
time for
please?
students.
Yeah.
Calendar will include
Yeah.
Point of
Yeah.
order.
I'll keep going.
I have a
I'll
motion.
keep talking.
for professional development.
I would like that
Students will receive
documented. That Rosa
Mrs.
Cantu did not let me
5
finish
days per
my
week.
my.
Some employees
what
will
I was
return
saying, actually.
full-time benefit positions.
I will keep talking
Do I
until
have
you
a
let me
second?
finish as
Cantu,
well.
I second that motion. I will proceed to a vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I would I.
Thank you. Oh. There was a motion. Can you
I
repeat
never
your
I
motion?
never got an answer to my question.
Point of order.
I never
We
got a
have
yes or a
person
no.
Making a board member.
I
making
never got a
motion.
yes or no, and
Let's do it.
I never got a yes or no to my question. I asked a question and I never got an answer. I'm gonna keep speaking until I get my answer. Yes or no? Can we hear from our CEA representatives?
Right here.
Can we hear from our CEA representatives?
How about we ask for a recess?
Yes or no?
Recess.
Okay, recess.
Thank you. You know what? I am, as the board president, I'm going to consider for approval the 4-day or 5-day school year options for 25, 26, 27. She is asking for the 5-day.
They don't care
That is
about
the
the
motion,
community.
and I second.
Livia,
We're proceeding
Livia,
with the vote.
I'd like you to cite,
So, Ms.
cite the
Cantu,
rule that
how do
states
you
that you
vote?
can interrupt us
Thank you, Ms.
and not
Cantu.
allow us
Ms.
to speak.
Hernandez, how do you vote?
Christine
Madam President,
Hernandez,
before I
please
vote, I'd
don't
like to
admit
explain
this,
my vote
that they
respectfully.
are not allowing us to speak.
May I explain my vote and be allowed to speak?
Ms. Hernandez, your vote?
I'd like to stand because this is a very touchy subject. And so with that said, please, that's all I ask. I worked hard to get to this position, to use my voice. I just ask to be respectful, please.
They're not going to be able. Just proceed with your comments.
Madam President, thank you. Governing board members, everyone present, thank you very much. I want to make it clear before I say what I'm about to say. I do not intend to disrespect or come off, and you guys were just saying that I don't care, because it's far from the truth. I think that education is key. It's the way of life. You guys are going to hear me if I can just do this. Meaning, learning equips individuals with essential skills, critical thinking, opportunities for economic stability, personal growth, and social economic contribution, acting as fuel for navigating and improving, fostering freedom, innovation, and well-being across generations. It unlocks better jobs, higher earning, improved health, and greater social mobility, making it fundamental for both individual success and collective progress. Our kids in our community, they struggle to get jobs. And I'm sorry, but I'm really alert. I mean, I'm really kind of, brings so much aware. Like, it makes me question, like, it feels like, unfortunately, that is the reality. We have the drugs coming into our communities and targeting not only, but it has a great deal. Education is the way of, it's the way for life. So let me continue with that said. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's very alarming. It seems like we don't know what's going on in our communities.
They don't live here.
So let me just say that and then continue with what I'm about to say. So when they're unemployed, they get in trouble. They go and find ways to somehow make an income in however that may look for themselves. Cutting corners. When we all know this life is hard, there is no cutting any corners. You have to work hard to get what you believe in and what you want. And we ought to be out here trying the best that we can to challenging ourselves personally to be the best example that we can be. The Latino community is often referred to as the sleeping giants, a political term used to describe our population due to the potential as serving as a voting bloc. Because guess what? Without the education, the giant is never going to get up. And by the way, it is on these walls that it's written, Nelson Mandela, education is key, the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And so with that said, I was taking notes because I was hearing everybody out, trying to put myself in your shoes to understand. And I feel for you guys. I really do. I'm a human being. My natural instinct is to feel like I can feel and be empathetic.
However, I kept hearing it's not possible. There's no way we can succeed at a 5-day week. It's not done. Don't even try because it's not going to be. We can't. And so then I tried to write because that's what I was hearing, and I'm like, hold on, give the benefit of doubt, right? And so I listened to the reaction because you guys are very expressive. I listened to the reaction to the option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. No reaction, and maybe even none at all, was made to the other options. So that first option is all you would want, and all this seems like there's just such a disconnect coming into this board. There's a disconnect, and that's very alarming. It is very alarming because that just shows prior majority administration set us up for not success, the opposite of success, quite frankly, which created such a disconnect in our with our employees. And we should all be a team and be wanting to be able to work with each other, not attacking. We're trying to find a solution and be patient, but it's hard to do that when, this is so disrespectful. I'm sorry, it is. I listen to all of you guys. It feels that way, right? And so I'm just saying, I wish we could. So anyway, and then, hold on, I'm so sorry. I want to give an example. I work at a gym, 40 hours a week, right? I get paid minimum wage, right? Okay, that's $600 for 1 week. I get paid bi-weekly, okay, 600 plus 600, 1,200, right? Majority of our kids, and this is at a gym. Majority of our kids, right? They finish high school. They don't want to get up. They don't want to continue it. They have no. They don't want to. It was never in their option of wanting to ever further their education. They go into these jobs: Panda Express, Walmart, and yes, and it is a job. But my point here is that. My point here, it wasn't a question. I'm just explaining my vote. And so my point here is that, our families, we don't own homes. We're paying rent. A lot of us have we foster kids, 5 to 6 kids, maybe of our own, whatever it is. So we find ourselves getting 2 jobs. So we're struggling the 2 jobs. That's only 2,400 bi-weekly, 80 hours each week. And these 5, we need to aspire to raise these kids. What I want is I want more of us to be landowners, house owners, realtors, doctors, lawyers, women. And so with that, many people think that when you become a business owner, the work's getting done for you. Wrong. The work just begins. So we need to be able to equip our kids to own these businesses and to be their own bosses, because it's generational wealth. Generational health is a real thing.
Point of order.
So generational health and generational wealth is a real thing.
Point of order.
Education creates opportunity. Opportunity creates options. Options create freedom. So with that said, I vote. We're voting on the 5 to 4 day. I vote and go back to a 5-day because we deserve to. Our kids deserve it.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Romero?
Would I be able to give CEA a bit of time to give us their perspective?
We are in the vote.
I'm asking a question.
No.
Yes or no?
We are in the vote.
And why weren't they able to do that earlier?
Do what?
When I asked for them to give their perspective, why were they not allowed then?
We've been discussing this for the last 6 months.
That was a call to the public.
Okay.
That was a call to the public.
Are you going to vote? Your vote?
Yes, I will be voting.
Okay. Your vote. Your vote?
Can you not hurry me up? I'm gonna speak.
I'm sorry?
Can you not hurry me up?
Your vote. We're voting.
Don't hurry me up. Yes, I will be explaining my vote. I was elected to represent my community. And that means listening to those I serve, including parents, teachers, and students. Life is always busy. It's work, work, work. And when you're not at work, it's something else. I'm sure that's how it is for our teachers and students' lives because that's how life is. It doesn't have to be that way. And I love how we took the leap to start the trend of a work-life balance. School is so important, but so is mental health. I think our students, as Vitalny made it very clear when they stood up for themselves today by walking out in protest of our 5-day school week. That took a lot of courage. I would also like to mention our meeting with the community and our meeting with teachers and staff. For both of those meetings, the room was full and the message was unanimous at both meetings as it is today. We cannot ignore the volume of feedback, although it'd be nice to have an accurate survey sent out to parents, students, and teachers and staff. I'd have to argue ill intentions because multiple times it was brought up that accurate numbers were wanted. Many parents had no idea the survey had been conducted. I know we can do much better with accurate and whole data. Actually, before we started having this conversation, I didn't realize how lucky I was when I was in school to be there every day. As a kid, luckily, there was no reason I couldn't be there, but I actually have a nephew who attends, and every Friday, he has speech therapy. Who knows what kind of instructional minutes he could be missing if he had to be there every Friday on a school day. And I know that it was actually brought up during our call to the public that this would actually help lots of people who in many different situations get things that they need to get done on that day without missing school. Also, keeping our truancy rates down. Mm-hmm. Not everyone has the ability to be there all the time. It makes sense that our truancy rate has decreased with the schedule. Maybe instead of making sure kids come to school 5 days a week, we meet them where they are. This is disappointing to say the least to our constituents because we already know the answer. It's especially sad to hear from someone and see from someone who is freshly elected but still never seems to differ from her mother. We need to collaborate on a strategic plan.
No personal attacks. I have been very graceful.
We need to work collaboratively.
Okay. I have.
We need to work collaboratively on a strategic plan. The students are protesting, teachers are tired, and the community is watching. I'm listening to them. That leaves me with one question. Who are you listening to? If 5 days is what's best, it can be done, but not so fast. We need a plan that doesn't put our kids at risk.
Just how we went to the 3-day school week and had no strategic plan, we haven't had one for 6 years. Right.
I would like that documented. Point of order. I would like that documented. And please remember, this year is an election year. And with that, I vote no.
Ms. Garcia, your vote.
Before I cast my vote, I just want everyone to know how important you are, how valued you are. The current board majority does not care to listen to the teachers, staff, and community. And with that, I vote nay.
Thank you. Ms. Cantu, you wanted to explain your vote?
I would like to explain my vote if you please allow me. You already voted.
I already voted, but I want to
Yeah,
explain
you
my
already
vote.
voted. Lydia, now's the time
She
to call
can
a point of
explain her
order.
vote.
If it were anyone
We're
else,
still on
if
the
there were
voting.
anyone else, we would not be
Point
able to
of order.
explain.
If you knew your parliamentary procedures, you'd understand that we are still voting. She asked to explain her vote.
Lydia, as many times as you have
Point
interrupted
of
me
order.
and not acknowledged policy, that's an insult.
The insult to me is that you don't, I mean, it's a disregard of any rule, law, procedure. Please allow
which you are quite
Mrs.
familiar with.
Cantu to explain her
Yes,
vote.
which you are quite
Ms. Cantu.
familiar with, Lydia.
Thank you. When I first ran for this board, I was young and I had 5 children.
There are people watching on the.
That's okay. They can leave because they don't want to listen to the truth. They don't want to listen to the truth, and that's fine. Thank you so much for your attendance.
Thank you so much for all being here. We appreciate you so much. Have a great night. We're sorry about the
And
turnout.
we are still voting, and I vote aye, and motion carries. We're moving forward on the agenda.
Annalise, thank you for being here.
We are going up to reports and summary, Mr. Watson. We've got Dr. Medrano.
Yeah, Madam President, we've got Dr. Medrano, who oversees building and operations, to talk a little bit about HVAC and some of the work we're doing to maintain our HVAC units and account for just all the work that's being done. Dr. Medrano, thank you.
Hey, Madam President, members of the governing board, Superintendent Watson, executive team members, and audience in attendance and viewing online. This presentation is just to bring back some information elaborating on the details of our HVAC infrastructure that was requested as a future agenda item a couple of meetings back. So hopefully this will shed a little bit more light on some of the details around the energy savings project that we engaged in beginning in the fall of 2020. So I'll start with just a little bit of an overview of the history of that and then move more specifically into our actual HVAC infrastructure. All right, so this first slide is just a little bit of a historic brief summary of our energy savings project that we engaged in the fall of 2020. At that time, we did enter a lease purchase agreement where we were going to be leasing a variety of equipment on 6 different energy conservation measures, which included updating LED lighting throughout the district, updating our HVAC units, which we did do. You'll see in the details a little bit more about half of them district-wide. And then we also incorporated an energy management system / orchestrate, which was responsible for us to be able to automatically control our climate controls through a work order management system. And then in conjunction with the HVAC upgrades, we also included, or the vendor who installed these energy conservation measures for us, or who managed it, which was Verigy, they also included bipolar ionization technologies with our HVAC units, and also in addition to HVAC units that were not upgraded. Going into COVID at that time, especially, it was important to make sure that we could do whatever we could to improve, have the best possible air quality in our classrooms. So that bipolar ionization technology took care of that piece. And then, of course, our solar panel structures were the 6th of those energy conservation measures, which we installed in all of our facilities and school campuses across the district. Okay, so this next slide, this just goes a little bit into more detail specifically about the HVAC component of the energy savings project. So overall, we replaced about 985 out of just under 2,000 units district-wide. It varied. The number varied by campus, just depending on the age of the existing units that were there. In your executive content, there is a link to an Excel folder that shows the exact or the number of units that each of the campuses received. That is pretty close to 100% accurate. I am finding in preparing for this particular presentation tonight, I was able to come across some additional information from our business services department that will result in some modifications to that color coded document that you're looking at there. The color codes on it were intended to show which of our HVAC units were purchased through the lease purchase agreement or leased through the lease purchase agreement process, and then which ones were purchased through ESSER funds, because there was a phase 1 and a phase 2 of this HVAC installation project that we did. The installation project for the 6 energy conservation measures, it took place over a period of 2 years. So it was initiated in September of 2020, and the project was completed around, if I remember correctly, around July or August of 2022. They finalized the installation of all of our different measures, and we signed off on the substantial completion of the project on September 1st, 2022. So our warranty time clock started as of that date, so September 1st, 2022, and there's 2 types of warranties that come along with these with the HVAC installations. There's a workmanship warranty, which is basically Verigy saying that for 1 year from the signing of that substantial completion date, they would warranty any issues related to the installation. So if there was like refrigerant leaks, electrical connections problems, thermostat connection problems, they would come out and fix that for us as part of their 1 year workmanship warranty. The other warranties are the manufacturer warranties, and that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. As to how long those warranties last, it depends on who the manufacturer was. So we had a lot of units from Carrier, ICP, I think was another one, York, but it just varied. The manufacturer warranty varies depending on who the manufacturer was, and also different variables about the unit, the tonnage on it, the different components that are on it. But just kind of as a general example, for a Carrier unit, generally, for a compressor, if we're doing our part post installation, doing our part on preventative maintenance, making sure that we're changing filters, making sure that we have a qualified vendor that's getting up on the roofs and cleaning coils, cleaning heat exchangers, checking connections, all of those things that a qualified HVAC tech would actually have to do. As long as we're keeping that up, then our warranties, our manufacturer warranties, would be preserved. So like on a Carrier unit, a compressor generally has a 10-year warranty if we did everything that we're supposed to be doing. The heat exchangers, I can't explain the function of that too well, not being an HVAC tech myself, but it depends on whether it's an aluminum heat exchanger or a stainless steel heat exchanger. An aluminum has a 10-year warranty also, or I want to say a 20-year warranty, and the stainless steel has a lifetime warranty. And there were other manufacturer units from other manufacturers where they had a 1 year all parts warranty after substantial completion, and then 4 years beyond that for a compressor, for various other ones. But because of differences between vendor, it was hard to reflect it on one Excel sheet. That's just kind of a general explanation of what the warranties, generally what our warranties look like for our HVAC units. Okay, next slide. Okay, so like I was explaining, really the important thing that we need to do now post installation, which we've been in that period now for the past 3 years, is just making sure that we're doing our part. The changing of filters, which we're actively doing that, making sure that that's something that that practice is consistent. We do recognize that we have to provide some training to make sure that we do have that consistency across schools in terms of timing and switching out, getting appropriate sizes. So that's something that we're continuing to work on to make sure that all of our units are properly being maintained in terms of filter changes, and again the regular preventative maintenance. So the 2 main documents that kind of govern this project energy savings project that we're doing were the installation agreement and also the lease purchase agreement. The lease purchase agreement kind of more gives the guidelines for the financial pieces that we have to be meeting in terms of tax certificates, payments to the vendor, rental payments. The installation agreement lays out more of, what do we have to be doing in terms of maintenance and things like that. But both agreements do refer to the fact that it's important in order to maintain our warranties and to guarantee our savings, because another piece of this energy savings project from Verigy is that they guarantee a certain amount of savings to us each year. So in order for them to be able to guarantee us that savings, we need to make sure that we're doing our preventative maintenance, our filter changes, so that there's not any factors that could impact their ability to guarantee our savings. Some of the conditions under which warranties could be voided, I just listed a few of the examples here, just five bullets that kind of show what is addressed in a preventative maintenance treatment. And we haven't had that preventative maintenance taking place since the installation. Verigy handled it for us for the last 3 years. The filter changes have been on us, so we've been ordering those and working with our sites to get those installed. And we're at this point we are looking for different vendors that can provide us with some proposals for continuing this preventative maintenance work for this year and then going into the next. So that's just kind of a very brief history and rundown of our energy savings project, more specifically how it applied to the HVAC installation component of it. And again, I was referencing earlier the link in your executive content and the color coding. Like I said, that's going to change a little bit because the color coding on there, Verigy have provided us with support on this, but they were doing a lot of by hand trying to track down the information for us. But our business services office was able to give me some information today in preparation for this presentation, giving me more accurate numbers on, how many of our units were we able to get through ESSER funds, which was just under about 450 units, and how many did we get the actual lease purchase agreement, which would have been somewhere around 520 units. So with that, I'll take any questions that you guys might have.
I think Ms. Cantu, you had a question,
Madam
and I'd like to follow up
Madam
with one.
President, Mr. Medrano, what was the total of units that were installed with ESSER money?
President Hernandez, Board Member Cantu, based on the data that I was able to get today, there were about just under 450 units that were installed using ESSER funds.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Etheridge, for providing I had asked for this information for this report a while back, and I started to think how difficult it is to provide that information when we have somebody in finance paying for those units and we cannot identify them. So to me, it was a concern because if we bought those with ESSER money, it's federal money, and we need to have that information at hand. So for that was my concern about how do we pay for them and where were those units installed?
President Hernandez, Board Member Cantu, based on the documentation that Business Services was able to provide to me, the units out of ESSER funds were installed, and in varying numbers. Not all units that were put at these schools were all out of ESSER funds. Some of them were, and some of them it was a mix, like 65 ESSER funded units and 13 lease purchase agreement funded. So there's a mix of that. But the ones that schools that did receive units funded out of ESSER included Atkinson, Byron Berry, Cartwright, Desert Sands, our district annex facility, Frank Borman, Glen L. Downs, Heatherbray, Holiday Park, John F. Long, Palm Lane, Peralta, and Tomahawk.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. And if you can provide me with that information specifically for campuses and the units that were installed at the campuses, I will appreciate it.
Absolutely.
For the 450 units that were bought with ESSER money. That's what I was looking for.
Sure.
Thank
absolutely.
you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
There was a report that was put together regarding the expended dollars um, from the bond override that was utilized for a lot of the buildings, and that report that showed how everything was spent. Um, and I could swear, I know that there's a number here. If you could go back to the slide that has the number of the units that were installed, I think I see something close to 2,000, the 1988. Was that the same number that we saw presented at that? Because I could have sworn that we had installed. My understanding, and I may be off, was that we had installed the 2,000, well, the 1988 around there units. Was that the number? And it doesn't have to be given to me now, but I'd like to know if I just remember the presentation.
Yeah, Madam President, I'll double check that, but I don't believe we used any bond funds on HVAC specifically. I think that was ESSER funds and the lease purchase agreement. I think bonds were used like the gym. Like now, if we built a gym, we put air
Right.
conditioning units on that gym, so that was included in the bonds. But
Maybe there
specifically
was
to
another
replace
report.
HVAC units, I don't believe we used any bond funds for that.
There was a report that we received in a presentation that included installed HVACs. I just want to know if maybe we could.
Yeah, Madam President, I can pull up. What we did do is remember a couple years ago when ESSER was happening, we did present all the ESSER expenditures.
Okay.
So that could be the presentation, but I'll double check on that just to make sure. But I'm pretty sure it was either ESSER or lease purchase agreement for the air conditioners. But I'll try to pull up those
Okay. And if you
presentations.
could, and I just want to know about the numbers
Sure, absolutely.
because we had the 2,000, but thank you so much. Thank you. And as Ms. Cantu had asked questions just to identify how, what happened, how we used that. And just looking to make sure that we had easy access to that data and just had those concerns. So thank you for your presentation, Dr. Medrano.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Watson.
Yeah. Victor, are you ready? All right. So recently, we want to give a shout out to law enforcement, to our principals who facilitated Shop with a Cop this year. It's really important as we're trying to support our community, trying to help our community build good relationships with our law enforcement officers who give so much and work so hard. And so, Victor, if you've got a presentation on Shop with a Cop for this year, we'd love to see it.
Yeah, we actually, Acting President Steve Watson, governing board members, we do have a video. So it was actually last month, Friday, December 12th. Cartwright students were able to enjoy a special holiday shopping event with local law enforcement. And this event was put together by the West Valley Mavericks Foundation. They partnered with the Phoenix Police Department's Maryville Precinct to bring this holiday cheer to our children. One thing I do want to mention is that most of the members of the Mavericks are former Cartwright students. These are police officers with Phoenix PD and members of the community that come together throughout the year to be able to provide the funding for this event. And so this is a good opportunity to thank our, Dr. Perez, the principals who were there really early and participated in this event. And we also like to really thank our neighbors, Walmart, because in a different event, they were able to sponsor some of our families as well. So please direct your attention to the monitors and enjoy the video.
Today is our annual Shop with the Cop event, where we at Cartwright choose a student from every school site, and the principals actually choose them, and they get to shop with the cop. They get a little over $200 to pick gifts for themselves and for their families for the Christmas and holiday season. So we all know that it takes a village to raise a child, and we're very fortunate to have organizations, community organizations, such as the West Valley Mavericks, Angels on Patrol, and others that support and also provide the funding for these events to take place.
For about the past 6 years, we started doing our own Shop with a Cop here out of the Maryville Estrella precinct. We're very passionate about the people that we serve. Most of my family grew up in Maryville. The first school that I attended was Harris, which is a Cartwright school. I collaborate a lot with them, and it means a lot because these little kids are the same as how I grew up, and it's good to be able to have that connection, especially because oftentimes people see the police on their worst day. We want to be able to provide this to be able to show that, hey, we're human. We want to interact and have that engagement with them as well too.
I came out here 2 years ago and have been part of this program for the last couple of years, and it was really moving for me. I'd never done anything like this in my career. I've been doing this over 30 years. This was a unique experience for me personally, and be able to have to work with these people that give so much of their time and their efforts in the community it's an amazing experience.
Yeah, two things. I think one is with the connection as an SSO, you get to interact with them at school, so they see the good side of police officers and what we do and impact their schools. And then I think outside of schools, when we get to go shopping with them, that's a great experience.
Absolutely. For me, it's an awesome event, not only because we see firsthand the impact in the smile on these kids' faces. We say, hey, there's money for you to go shopping, but we grew up in these communities. I grew up in Maryville, went to Cartwright School District myself, and just to be able to give back is phenomenal.
Today I'm shopping with a cop, and it's exciting because I get to shop for my family members that always provide for me. All I have to say is I'm extremely grateful and thankful for them to be here and to do this for us.
All right, Merry Christmas. Got to do it for the gram. Merry Christmas, brother.
So thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you, Victor, for putting that together. Just thank you to everybody who supports our community in so many meaningful ways. And thank you to our law enforcement here tonight. You guys are basically representing the group, so thanks for being here. We just appreciate the support and the connection with the community, and we appreciate what you do in many different ways, not just safety and security, but then things like this. It means a lot, so thank you very much.
Mr. Watson, before moving forward, I want to give an extra thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And I wanted to mention that the young man, not so young anymore, but neither am I, trust me. But Robert Escobedo grew up in our communities, and we walked the neighborhoods, and many, many years. I think several brothers. He had an older brother. But Robert specifically was concerned that he would not continue in a higher education. and he says, I'm going to apply for a community college. Who was asking for advice. I said, no, apply directly to the university. And he says, no, I don't, I'm not there 100%. He felt limited. And I said, you do it. I think he ended up going to started off for the summer at what is ASU West, or was it? And then he transferred. He ended up going to ASU, but he also ended up getting his master's at the School of Thunderbird Business. And so I'm very proud of all of them. But still, considering the conversations that we've had tonight, I'm glad to see him. How I see him. Being on the board for the Mavericks and giving back to his community. And I think it's up to us to empower and provide, ensure that we're providing the best quality of education. I'd like to see 100% of our kids, excel and be successful. Thank you, Mr. Watson. You've got something else here.
Yeah. So just a quick update on I want to thank the principals. We have been working hard to just let data drive our decision making. And I just want to give you an update. At the end of the school year last year, we asked our principals to kind of do a data dive into some of their data and ask them to help us understand as an executive team how they're using that data to drive decisions. And then we just had a follow-up right before the break where they came in and they did the same. And so I just want to say thank you. We are gathering. We appreciate how you are using the data to drive your decision making. And we know that just as important as the data is just every day you walk around your campus and you look into the face of those kids and you get to know every single one. That is just as important as the numbers that get presented. And I want to thank, there were definitely multiple principals who didn't just come in and gave data, but told stories using that data. And so those are the stories that we need to be able to tell, the stories of our kids. And so I just want to let the governing board know that's how we're using data, and that's our principals are doing a great job as they're trying to figure out what we're looking for. And we're kind of just looking for to hear those stories and let data to drive those conversations. And so thank you for doing that. I wanted to give you an update on that. And also, I may bring this also again at a later date, but I do want to give a shout out to one teacher in particular. Her name is Ella Maya, and she has done great stuff for a really long time. And one of the things that she does that is extra awesome is that she participates in this program called Classroom of Champions. And what that is, if you've never heard about it, you actually get an Olympian who works on some projects with you, and they have a Zoom with the students. And I've actually been in her class over the years a couple of different times to see it. But this year, she had 2024 Olympic gold medalist Grant Holloway. And he was spectacular. He was on via Zoom with the kids. He was talking about, it was amazing. Every single kid in the classroom who wanted to ask a question could. They had prepared some information. They actually had drawn, he's fast, right? And they actually had done a Halloween project where they had his head, and they got to draw whatever his Halloween costume was going to be. So some people drew Sonic, some people drew Spider-Man, some people drew different things, and they had an opportunity to just present that to him and talk to him and ask him questions about, his experiences as a college graduate, as an Olympian, as somebody who's really achieved at a high level. And this is something that's near and dear to Miss Maya's heart. And I did get an email today from the organization Classroom of Champions, and they said, hey, I'm specifically reaching out to recognize one of your outstanding teachers, Ella Maya. As you may know, she's been a Classroom of Champions teacher for the past 12 years. When you look at her, she doesn't look like she's been teaching for that long. She's very well kept. I hope I can look equally young as we, and I hope I said that right. I don't know if I said that right. I had some eyes go up, but she doesn't look like she's been teaching that long. She looks like she just graduated from college not that long ago. How's that? But I want, and it says, beyond her own students, Ella has become a champion for thousands of classroom champions, educators across North America, sharing best practices and helping to strengthen our educator community. And so she actually works when other teachers sign up in their classrooms, she actually helps to onboard those teachers in those classrooms and helps them to know how to do this and how to manage it and how to be successful on it. And so we have teachers doing great things every day, not just to support kids here in Cartwright, but to help kids throughout the country. And she's one of them. So I wanted to give her a shout out with that. And with that, I yield my time and am happy to take any requests for future agenda items. Madam President, or answer any questions about the program.
I have a request. Okay. As previous emails that I've sent to you, you've yet to respond, but what I'd like to request is what are the resources that we are able, or when would we be able to provide resources to new principals? I'm not sure. We used to have that available to them. I don't know if we still have that. I don't think we do. So if you would clarify, and if we do not, what does that look like to ensure that they have support? And number two, that would be for us to be fiscally responsible. I'm still asking for purchase orders regarding our previous employees, consultants, what that looks like. Details, itemized details, well, basically the purchase orders. And again, that would be fiscally responsible. And what is the timeline? I mean, the duration of them being consultants, is it indefinite or is there a timeline? And again, what warrants those payments? And then also, an update of Ms. Hadeke's return, our superintendent. I'd like to know, I think the board, we would like to know when she will be returning. What is the update on the investigation? And that would be my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. We did have I was just thinking about the presentation that we had here a couple of meetings ago regarding some of those questions. We are ready to go into executive session. I move that we move into executive session. The governing board may vote to go into executive session.
I have one more question. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Watson, will this information be provided to me? Because I've asked several times for it, and I just want it on record. Will it be provided at our next meeting?
Madam President, governing board member, we're working to get that information to be able to provide to the entire board. Thank you.
When will that be? Because I've been asking for months, several months, in fact. And I have all the documentation.
We're working to provide that information.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to take, because again, to be fiscally responsible, it's important to know where our money is going. It's also important to know that the principals are going to be receiving a support system, especially the new ones, along with our superintendent's return. Thank you.
Still thinking about that presentation that we had done by our attorneys at a previous meeting. Thank you. I move that we go into executive session. The governing board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, pursuant to ARS 38-431-03, A3, and A1, to consider and discuss the continued employment of the district's deputy superintendent of human resources and educational programs, and to receive legal advice from the board's attorney regarding the termination proceedings and process under ARS 15-539. And hearing officers' finding of facts, conclusions of law, and recommended decision. Ms. Cantu, do I have a second?
I second, Madam President.
Thank you. I will proceed with the roll call vote. How do you vote?
I would.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote? This is regarding going into executive session.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Romero, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Thank you. And Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
Nay.
Thank you. And I vote aye. And we are going into executive session. Thank you. Please let the record reflect that it is 9:59. we are on item J. We are resuming our regular governing board meeting. Item number 2, for consideration and possible action to approve and adopt the hearing officer's finding of fact. I move that we approve and adopt the hearing officer's finding of fact, conclusions of law, and recommended decision to terminate its employment contract with Deputy Superintendent of Human Resources and Educational Programs, Dr. Giovanna Grijalva, and dismiss her from employment in the Cartwright School District effective January 14, 2026. Ms. Cantu, do I have a second?
I second, Madam President.
Thank you, and I will proceed with a roll call vote. Ms. Cantu, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
I will abstain.
Thank you. Please let the record reflect there's an abstention. Ms. Denise Garcia, how do you vote?
I will explain my vote.
Okay, Ms. Garcia.
Okay, before I vote, I must formally state my opposition to the proposed termination and place the following concerns on the record for the following reasons. First, a process cannot reasonably be presumed to be fair or impartial when the hearing officer is compensated by the district itself. This inherent financial relationship undermines the appearance and integrity of impartiality that such proceedings require. Second, the actions taken by the board majority and the acting superintendent reflect egregious conduct itself. The employee was not meaningfully counseled, was provided no clear corrective guidance, and as a new employee was given less than 60 days to demonstrate her value, address any alleged concerns, and improve performance. Such actions fall well short of reasonable expectations for fairness, due process, and professional leadership. Third, the employee is being retaliated against due to her belief in ethical practices, which is contrary to the blind loyalty demanded by the board majority. Finally, the employee was not afforded the opportunity to resign in lieu of termination, despite this being an established and customary practice of the district. The failure to extend this option represents a clear departure from precedent and fair treatment. For these reasons, I cannot support the proposed action. I vote nay.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. And with that, I vote aye and motion approved. Going on to announcements of future meetings and other routine information concerning the governing board. The next regular governing board meeting will be held on Wednesday, February 4th at 6 p.m. at the Cartwright School District Boardroom. Time for adjournment. I move that we adjourn. Ms. Cantu, do we have a second?
Lydia, may I say something before we adjourn? I second. I do have one thing to ask. Christine and Linda, Jenny and I both attempted to discuss a governance issue, and both of us were interrupted by Board President Lydia Hernandez by either gaveling us, speaking over us, and not allowing us to speak. I would like that documented in our public record. Thank you.
Glad, Ms. Garcia, that you are paying attention. And we'll proceed with the roll call vote. And I believe you voted, you gave the second. So your vote, Ms. Cantu, on the adjournment.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Romero, how do you vote?
She left.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Jennifer Romero left the boardroom. Don't know what time she left, but it is 10:53. Ms. Garcia, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.